The Asia Road Racing Championship is back. Have you missed us? We've certainly missed you. After multiple quarantines, multiple PCR tests, multiple everything to do with COVID, we are back and racing. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill to talk you through 2 days of fabulous racing that we've got lined up at the Chang International Circuit. Conditions, Barry Russell, looking pretty good, if a little bit warm.
A little bit warm. The track temperatures, I'm told, are coming up to close to 60 degrees, which is going to be a good workout for the new Dunlop tyres that we're seeing in at least the 600 and 1000 classes. But we're here for the underbones first. They're running, as we know, on Moto 3 tyres.
Okay, let's get to the racing. We've made you wait for 2 years, so there's been qualification already. Let's get the highlights for the season up and running with qualification for the Underbone 150cc. Highlights here for qualification for the Underbone 150cc at the Asia Road Racing Championships. First time back in over 2 years. The 3-2-1, it's a good result for Nazrul Izaboudin. A time, he's inside 202, Barry Russell, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, 202 without the aid of a slipstream is a very, very good time around here. He put together a really, really good lap. And there on the screen there you can see the man who didn't complete his flying lap in Super Pole. That's John Emerson in Guito, so he will start in 15th position.
Also in the great team, one for all, that's Piripong Luboympeng, one of the favourites of the local circuit. But in P2, Hafid Pratmadiata Nursandi from Indonesia. Unknown to me, but he's put in a really good lap time. He only qualified P9, but he's got himself up to P2 after Super Pole.
Yeah, again, he put a very, very good lap together. Perhaps surprised a few people, but that's it. You've got one shot, he took his shot.
Super Bowl, what happens is you have qualification for all of the riders. The top 15 have an opportunity to improve their time. And this was the man who did best. We're going to call him the Val man because our Uezu from Japan, he was fourth fastest in qualification and then blitzed the field when it came to Super Bowl.
Absolutely. Everybody was looking at his one-for-all teammate, Piripong Luboympeng, as you said, as a favourite. There he is, Uezu. That's not easy to say for a Londoner, but there he is on screen. Very, very happy with his result. Really surprised people. But should we be surprised?
So they're the highlights. Back live now as the riders are onto the circuit. This is the Chang International Circuit. We all know about Corner 12, Barry. It's infamous, particularly for Underbone. But where else should riders really be careful on this circuit?
I think one of the most interesting corners here is Turn 4. They approach it at speeds of around these, on the superbikes anyway, at close to 300 kilometers an hour. The Underbones approach it at around 150 to 160 kilometers an hour, which is really fast on a small bike. And into Turn 4, which is a fast, daring do left-hander. As you approach it, you can't really see it from the sidelines, but you have to go over a blind crest. And that makes the entry to Turn 4 really scary if you're not used to it.
We're on board here with Hafid Pratmadiata Nursandi riding the Yamaha. It's mainly Yamahas. There's a couple of Hondas in the field, a couple of the Indonesians, a couple of the Vietnamese. But Uezu, we saw him earlier on Team One for All. What a brilliant result that is for him. But also for the man in P3, Nazrul Izaboudin, who's riding for the Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team. Yep.
I've had a week off this week at Buriram and watched him moving really quickly throughout the pre-season test as well as the practice yesterday. So
hey, I'm just hearing, Barry, that actually Nazrul Izat is out. He's had a problem between the Super Pole and now, and I didn't see him on the grid there as we carry on through the rest of the field. This is April King Moscato, who won an underbone category in the Philippines Championship last season. So all of these guys have been busy while ARRC's been away. But bike number 14 there, Piripong Luboympeng, the second Team One for All racer. I know you know him very well. He's done very well in the Thai circuit.
Absolutely. He loves racing underbones. He's performed really well. Another rider who's performed really well all week. His team manager is none other than the 125 GP legend, Wichi Wee. And he's looking fresh and confident, fast all the way through. Now take a look at this guy.
One XOX TKR Racing Team, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He and the man next to him, Gupita Krishna, are really, really famous in Indonesia and on the Asia Road Racing Championships. Invariably near the top when we come to the end of a season. This is Gupita Krishna, a former champion at Underbone.
Indeed, they have two Underbone champion ARRC Underbone championships apiece. These two. There is Gupita. He had a quiet pre-season test, quiet practice, and then pulled it all out and managed the fastest qualifying session yesterday to take him into Superpole. His grid position now, as we can see, is 9.
That was Cardinals Racing's Ayman Taharudin. Next to him, a debutant, Giancarlo Mauricio from Uma Racing Yamaha Philippines. Again, he's done well on the domestic circuit and is enjoying an elevation, kind of a promotion onto the Asian scene. Alongside him, another of the young Malaysian riders, Shafiq Rosli, another Uma Racing Yamaha, but this time the Maju Motor side. Uma, great sponsors of the Underbone category.
Yeah, we know this rider very well from Underbone Racing here, as we come now to Dimas Juli Atmoko.
From the LFN Indonesia Racing Team. He's on the Hondas. Now, the Hondas a little bit underpowered at the 150 at the Underbone, so we're not expecting him to be too far ahead. You've got Duc Tan alongside him, the best of the Vietnamese. Ingito finishing in P15, even though he crashed, as we saw. Little wave to us. Hands on the bike, please, John Emerson. We don't want you coming off once again.
Absolutely. But very good performance for him all the way through. And for the 41 SM team, they bagged 1 and 2 in the qualifying session for Underbones yesterday. And are starting now from, he's starting anyway from 15th position, and Gupita from 9th position.
The other racers, Jordan Badaru in P16 and Nguyen Antoine from Vietnam 17. Murabil Vitoni on debut, 2 non-starters from the one XOX TKR Racing Team. We've had a bit of a nightmare here in Buram, Hafiza Rofa and Fazli Sham. Let's talk you through. Ueza on pole position, team 1 for all, alongside Hafid Pramaditya Nosandi from Pitspike JRT one way. On the Yamaha is Nazrul Izzat, but I didn't see him on the start line. I must have a look at that. Izzat Zaidi in P4 for Pitspike. Afif Amran, who did really well on the Cup Pre-Circuit in Malaysia last year in P5, and Philippines champion April King Moscato P6.
And we're looking at Pirapong Bunlut, number 7, leading the 3rd row from Wayu Aji Trilaksana, the double champion, and the other double champion from Indonesia, Gupita Krishna, number 23. Qualifying 10th was Ayman Taharudin. 11th, Giancarlo Mauricio, we just saw on the grid, and 12th, Shafiq Rosli.
Shafiq just ahead of Dimas Juli, who's a debutant for the LFN Indonesia Racing Team. Duc Tan, let's just see how the Vietnamese can cope with let's see if they can get a little bit more competitive than they have been in previous seasons. John Emerson Ingito on the for the Yamaha Racing Team, riding the Sniper 150. Jordan on debut, Antoine, the second of the Vietnamese, and Murabil Vitoni from the LFN Indonesia Racing Team. They are completing the 18. Hafiza and Ahmed Fazli Sham, sadly not on the starting line. That is devastating for the 1XOX TKR Racing Team.
Absolutely, both multiple race winners, both bring the excitement everywhere they go, and very popular riders in this paddock and wherever they go. And the other point about the Vietnamese riders is that during what I've been calling the 2-year close season, they haven't had anywhere to race. So they've been practicing on small tracks in Vietnam, but coming here to Chang International Circuit is a totally different ball game. So they've been getting a lot of laps in, getting used to it, and a lot of people will be pleased to see them moving up and making progress in this highly competitive Underbone class.
We are at the Chang International Circuit. We are in Buram in Thailand. The circuit itself has been in use. The BRIC Championships were ongoing all of last season. They've kind of smartened up, if not upgraded, the facilities here. The circuit itself is one that the riders seem to enjoy very, very much indeed. As for the Underbones, though, it's 4.5 kilometre circuit. It's a long old circuit for 8 laps on the Underbone.
Yep, it's just over 2 minutes as we were looking. Who's that?
42 going into the pits.
That's Hafid.
Hafid Pratama Maditya. Oh dear me.
That's bad news. There's a few
so 2 and 3 in Superpole, not on the starting grid. Hafid out, Nazarul Izzat out. It almost leaves the way for Uezo. He looks to his right and there's nobody there, Barry Russell.
Absolutely. That leaves Afif Amran and the other bikes joining him on the second row. A clear look through at the run down to turn 1. As the marshal holds the red flag just to hold them while we wait for the red lights to come on.
New season about to get underway. When the red lights go off, we will be underway. Uezo on pole, looks to his right again, wonders where the company is. Can't believe that 2 and 3 are not on the starting grid with him, and he's been taken by surprise. And that's Giancarlo Mauricio, who's come from P9 into P1 to take the lead. What a bizarre start.
That was, yeah, from a rider new to this series, that's a pretty good start, to put it mildly.
And Uezo, though, left on the line. He was literally looking to his right-hand side, saying, come on, where is my support?
Well, he's got company now. Pirapong, his teammate, has come alongside him.
So that's the long opening straight. Oh, there's a little bit of a stand-up moment there for Shafiq Rosley, right in the middle of the pack, but everybody looking very circumspect in the first couple of corners of this new season. As we said, oh, somebody's got a problem.
I think
the gear's gone there.
Yeah, that might be Jordan. I didn't quite catch it.
Also, already we've got Izzat Zaidi out of the race. Afif Amran's made a good move up to P3. April King Moscato from Philippines, bike number 43 is up there as well. He's got himself into P3. The green there of Wayuaji Trilaksana from XOX. He's in there.
Yeah. Very determined Wayuaji Trilaksana. He had a couple of disappointing seasons by his incredible standards, but he is very determined. He's talking a good game here, and he rode a good game in qualifying and Superpole.
8 laps of the circuit. It is a long old circuit. They're in the midst of it now. Can get very technical, but very unusually for Underbone. They're strung out in a long line. This is better. That's what we anticipate of them. As we saw there, 257, Jordan Badaru has actually made a decent fist for that. Now they'll really tighten up coming into corner number 12. Who's avoiding the contact? They've all avoided the contact. They've got through lap 1 nicely. April King Moscato leads from Shafiq Crosley, Wayuaji Trilaksana, Ayman Tarudin, and Afif Amran from Malaysia in P5.
Yeah, we always breathe a sigh of relief when the Underbones all get safely through turn 12. That was the first time around.
I'm looking down for Uezo. He was fastest on Superpole. He's down in P11. It was such a bizarre start that he had. Nobody alongside him on the grid. Non-starters, by the way, Hafid, Nazarul, Hafiz Arofa, and Ahmed Fazli Sham. Hafid out after the warm-up lap.
Absolutely. Some real surprises at the start. Pirapong, I can see moving up into P4 as they head down the long straight. But we've got, at the moment in the lead, we've got Dimas Julie Amoko, one of the newcomers.
And John Mendelson Ngito in there as well from the Philippines. Remember, McKinley Kyle Paz is a former Filipino champion of this class of racing. April King Moscato is in there. Liking the look of April King at the moment. He rode really well last year. He had he had 2 second places in 12 races in the Underbone category in the Philippines Championships last year. So do look out for April King. He's very, very confident. Afif Amran, bike number 50, look out for him as well. He's really confident, having just lost out in the Capri Championships in a thrilling finale in Malaysia. But we've had more of a bizarre start here, and everybody, Barry Russell, this is so unusual. Everyone's being very polite and very circumspect in the early stages of this race.
Yes, they have. They've, with the exception of the Vietnamese riders, they've all been racing in their domestic series. Big difference here. Of course, the level is higher. There's more to gain, more to lose as we see them squirming their way under braking into turn 12.
Dimas Julia will be who will lead into lap number 3. We're a quarter of the way through. Dimas Julia Akmolko leads Wayuaji Trilaksana. Look out for Wayuaji Giancarlo Mauricio there in as well. And look at this, Wayuaji Trilaksana, sometimes he does like to lead from the front. He does try to stretch things away. Difficult in Underbone, but looks like in these early stages he's making a bid for that.
Incredibly difficult in underbone, but he is capable of doing it. Let's see what happens as they come off this very fast section and break into turn 3. So he's just been duffed up again by...
Well, Dimas Juli's there once again, but also coming through is Uezo's made a move through, Uezo, and then Uezo goes wide. He's not making life easy. He's easy to spot, is Uezo, but it's impossible to say what position he's in. There he is, just on the middle of that. He's just about second, third, fourth at the moment. So he's been P1, fastest on Super Bowl, down to P11. Now he's back into the middle of the pack. That's underbone.
Yeah, that is definitely underbone. We do all the qualifying, but when it comes to race day, then people will come from the back, go to the front, but at the front, challenging again, Wayu Haji Trilaksana.
Like in Wayu Haji, he's in the green, easy to pick out the green livery. Giancarlo Mauricio is making a decent fist of things. Towards the back, well, Amadafi Vamran and Gubita Kreshna, as well as the two Vietnamese, they're lapping in the 204s, high 204s, but they've not been dropped at the moment. Murabil Vitoni is another of the newcomers who's been dropped. He had to go into the pits, and so he's only in sector 2, while everyone else is a long way ahead of him. Dimas Juli's been dropped. Wayu Haji just holding on to P2. There is Dimas Juli in the black at the back as we come to the tail end of lap number 3. There is Wayu Haji Trilaksana. He does like to lead. It is unusual, but you see that little look over the left-hand shoulder to see who's coming with him. Yeah. Wayu Haji leads from John Emerson in Quito. Love the KYT helmet there. And that might just be a rehearsal for the latter stages, because he loses on the long straight, but he's quick off the corner.
Yeah, a nice move there by Giancarlo Maurizio coming up the inside as they went into turn 1. I think he's lost the advantage that he gained, but again, this is underbone racing.
Pirapong Luboinpeng has dropped off the pace. See him right at the very back of the brow of the hill. So Pirapong's having problems.
That's surely a technical problem for him. That leaves his Japanese teammate Uezo,
who's in third place at the moment as they go around the hairpin at the end of the long straight into the more technical part of this Buriram circuit. We are, 3.5 laps into an 8-lap race. First race of the Asian Road Racing Championship 2022 season. For those of you whose life has stood still for 2 years.
Thanks, Des. I was wondering.
As we just look on, Wayu Haji in the green, he's still the man just to keep a lookout for because of his experience, Barry Russell. I'm convinced he's the man who holds the key to this whole race.
I believe you're right. He knows his way around this track very well, and his racecraft is second to none. Just looking at the back there, I think that's one of the
they're the two Vietnamese, Duc Tan,
yeah.
But they're clinging on, the two Vietnamese. Yeah. They're both in there, Duc Tan and Antoine just in front of him.
The pace, they're on the 204s.
So long as you're within striking distance coming into the final lap, I think this is open for anybody. Quito is in P3. Is that
Yeah, Izzat has been showing well.
Izzat Zaidi's made a move as we come into the halfway point again. Wayu Haji Trilaksana takes the perfect line into corner number 12.
That was perfect.
Couple of riders had to stand up there. So it's Wayu Haji from Dimas Juli, April King Moscato in the purple, the easy to distinguish colours.
Yeah, impressive performance so far this from Dimas Juli at Moco.
Debutant at this level.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen this before from Indonesians. They just the riders just seem to come in from almost nowhere. See Pirapong Luboinpeng, he's had an excursion into the pits. I'm not sure what he's going to achieve by coming out.
Well, just practice, because there's another race tomorrow. It's a 12-race season, theoretically. We don't put anything in stone these days, do we? As Wayu Haji Trilaksana leads down after corner number 3 into the longest straight. He's driving Dimas Juli Akmoko alongside with him. April King Moscato's in there as well. April King, Barry, full of confidence. He's used to winning races from tight situations.
Yeah, and he's staying comfortably in touch all the way through, whereas you see some riders going up and down the order. April King has been staying firmly in the top 5.
Uezo, one of those riders in the easy to pick out orange and yellow livery. Back and forth, up and down, currently in P3, as again the Vietnamese are not being dropped.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with this performance, with 4 laps remaining.
Peter Kreshner's dropped down quite a way. Where's Peter Kreshner gone? Bike 23 is... he's been dropped a long way, Gupita.
Guessing a problem for him. He shouldn't be this far down at this point in the race. Started from P9.
Well, Pirapong is in the pits. Gupita is still out on the circuit. Who's that joining in on that outside? So somebody is having real problems as we come to the end of lap number 5. And this time, Wayuaji Trilaksana will be P2. The man in green, 124, is indeed a problem for Giancarlo Maurizio. And he was going pretty well, Giancarlo, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he was, and he was going very well all the way through the 2-day test earlier this week, and in practice yesterday. Most eyes were on the other 2 Filipino riders in this class, but he was always there or thereabouts. An abundance of talent coming from the Philippines.
There's a very high mechanical casualty rate in this race. It doesn't normally happen in Underbone, but we've got Giancarlo, Pirapong, Gupita, Murabil, Hafid, Nazirul, Hafiza and Ahmed Fazli Sham all out of the reckoning. So that's only 12 races of the original 20 still left in the race.
That's right, and there were a few engine breakages yesterday. So they tune these machines very highly. They almost double the power output to put them on track. So a lot of importance placed on the engine builders who put these together. They have to strike this balance between getting as much power out of them as possible and as much reliability.
There's our friend Uezo back in the front once again. He really has literally been from first to last and back now to first. This time there's no little look around the right-hand shoulder because he knows he's got company.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption if you're an Underbone racer. But Uezo, he's bringing some colour and some entertainment to this class.
Wayuaji Trilaksana has been P1 or P2 for the best part of 4 laps, which is very impressive. Mohamed Jordan Badaru on debut. He's in the black and gold just to the right of them, currently in P3. Dimas Julie just losing a little bit of time as they move off. Ahmad Afif Amran, bike number 50's made the move. This is fascinating. After this corner, we will go in with 2 laps to go. Uezo, again, Wayuaji, Barry Russell, every time. Wayuaji Trilaksana, right place on corner 12.
There's an imperiousness about Wayuaji's riding this time around. He looks like he owns this racetrack. Wayuaji, I don't want to put a commentator's curse on him because he's a lovely guy, but he's looking really good in this race.
Shafi Grosley P2, Jonathan Emerson in P3. 4 Izzat Zaidi, Dimas Julie 5, Uezo back down in the middle of the pack, taking centre stage. April King Moscardo down in P8, Jordan Badaru. This is building up into a beautiful climax. Welcome back, Underbone. Delighted to have you on the Asian Road Racing Championships again.
Yeah, as soon as I tweeted about ARRC coming back, I got a load of comments from MotoGP journalists looking forward to it. This has a huge following all around the world as we watch.
I saw a couple of being forced very, very wide there. Afif Amran is taking a completely different line. Wayuaji Trilaksana is leading the way, and I think it's Emerson Ngito that he's taken with him. But there's a couple of very, very strange lines. Then Wayuaji is just caught up by 4 or 5 racers, and we have a new race leader for the first time. Is it Afif? It's Ayman Taharudin has forced his way to the front. Uezo in P3 and Ngito holding on into P2.
Yeah, so that's Taharudin's first appearance at the front, and coming back up behind him, I think, yeah, of course, it's Uezo.
Wayuaji, must be said, Barry Russell, he's really struggling. He's dropped to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th. Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Yeah, something's changed. I didn't see a mistake from him.
He's in the green livery, but he's being left behind at the moment. P2 is John Emerson Ngito from the Philippines. They enjoy this as we come into the penultimate lap. 2:02, Dimas Julie, he's still in there. As we come through into the final lap of 8, it is Dimas Julie Akmoko on debut who leads the way. Izzat Zaidi from John Emerson Ngito. Where's our hero? Where's
actually, he's P6, I think, P7.
So Dimas Julie is now breaking away down this long straight. You can see from the heat haze just how warm it is out there. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. So coming through now is 55. Ayman Tarudin's in there as well. Dimas, Izzat's also making a move. Izzat Zaidi, 98.
Sorry, Ayman got in there a little bit hot into turn 3, so he's lost a bunch of places. But it's all to play for now, and Oyewezu towards the back of that group. Let's see what he can do.
I'd love to see a positional chart from Oyewezu. It'd be like zigzag, zigzag right the way through. But we are on the long race coming into corner number 4. We've got 2/3 of the final lap left to go, and it looks like we're going to have a classic finale to the first race of the 2022 Asia Road Racing Championship season. Oh, there is now the first casualty, the first faller. And it's an Uma Racing Philippines, Uma Racing who's down. So we've got a couple more casualties.
And, April King, was taken down there as well. So those two are out. I saw Wayu Aji Trilaksana flexing in that group. Let's see where he is now.
He's in P5 now, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. But Dimas Julie's made a move up at the front.
Dimas Julie's really impressive. First time we've seen him in this class.
And Izzat Zaidi's in there as well. He's the man leading the way just at the moment. 98 Izzat Zaidi. Red on blue leading the way, coming down to the final corner for the final time. Look at Wayu Aji Trilaksana coming up on the inside. Wayu Aji, can he hold on? The Indonesian, he's looked, he's been pushed wide. Wayu Aji loses it, 2 go down. The win goes to Izzat Zaidi from Ahmed Jordan. Wayu Aji 3rd, Dimas Julie 4th, Ayman Tarudin 5th, Uezo finishes in 6th. Izzat Zaidi timed that to perfection. Wayu Aji tried everything he knew, Barry Russell.
I'm breathless. As you can see, I was trying not to shout over you, not that that's even possible, but that was an incredible race, incredible last corner, as we always see. Now, I need to get down to Parc Fermé.
Indeed, you got to calm those guys down. Barry Russell doubling up as co-commentator and also race interviewer today. But number 98, Izzat Zaidi Salahan, taking the victory for Pitspike JRT one way. Really, really good work from Izzat Zaidi. Left it late for the checkered flag as a couple of others are still making their way. That's John Emerson Ngito, who was literally walking his bike over the line to pick up some points in P11. But the maximum 25 points will go to Izzat Zaidi. Jordan Badaru, good result for him in P2. Wayu Aji Trilaksana will pick up P3. But what a phenomenal, phenomenal way to start the new season. Breathless, breathless stuff. We'll just get confirmation of the final results as soon as we possibly can. There they are. Izzat Zaidi, a 0.24 lead over Jordan Badaru on debut on the Honda Supra. Wayu Aji Trilaksana won XOX TKR Racing in P3. Dimas Julie on debut in P4. Ayman Tarudin will pick up 11 points for P5. Uezu finally finishes in P6. Team 1 for all. Ahmed Afif Amran in 7. April King Moscado will pick up points on the Yamaha Sniper, 5 seconds down. Duk Tan will pick up points for P10, 6 points for him. Ngito pushed his bike over the line in P11. Shafiq Grosley, he had engine problems, but there was a high casualty rate, as you can see there. But what a performance, what a way to start this brand new season, as Ahmed Afif Amran leads us into the Parc Fermé, but it'll be a Malaysian Izzat Zaidi who will enjoy the 25 points on offer for P1. This is Buriram, and the Asian Road Racing Championship is back. Big smiles all over the crowd. Corner 12, as usual, was the corner that really caused problems. Waiwaji Trilaksana have been so strong in the previous two. He ends up in the previous laps 1 to 6. He ends up in P3, but Izzat Zaidi Salahan. Pit Spike JRT one way, riding the Yamaha Y15ZR. His last lap of 206s, he was regularly inside the 204s. And there is the #1 leader of the championship. Nobody can take that away from him. Park Ferme is pretty close. He's got to get himself weighed, and the bike has just got to be checked out. And of course, all the usual scrutineering has got to go on. But it's an excited crowd for the first race of the season. Welcome back. We've got 3 more cracking races still to come. Asia Production 250, Supersport 600, and the Superbikes. And there's a really good competition in all 4 categories that we've got on the ARLC this season. Just waiting for Barry to trot out of the commentary position, which is right next to the main stand. Jordan Badaru, Waiwaji Trilaksana 3, Dimas Juli Atmoto. What a debut performance from Dimas Juli. Ayman Tahirudin, debut. No, it's not. He rode in 2019, didn't he, Ayman? But a solid P5 for him. Uezo definitely on debut. What a fascinating race he had. The fact that the 2 other top qualifiers in Superpole, Nazrul Izzat and Hafid Pratama Diatta, couldn't start. But let's go on to the winner and the top 3. Barry Russell is talking, I think, to the top 3.
And you had a little problem on the last couple of laps and dropped back a little bit. How was the race for you?
Yeah, I'm feeling happy because already 2 years of chaos pandemic. But in the race 1, I try for my strategy, but in the last run I little bit and then I try to push my back again. And then, alhamdulillah, I get the 3 podium. Thank you.
You came back beautifully. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And now to Jordan, going through for the elephant. Jordan. Mask on, Indonesian flag on. Jordan, that was a fantastic performance in this race. What was it like to race at Chang International Circuit the first time, and how was it racing with these guys?
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy. Thank you for my team and my mechanic. Thank you my boss Putra. I'm race 1 to very hard. I'm going following my mate. Thank you.
It was a brilliant performance, and you timed everything beautifully to come through to second. Jordan, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's great
Thank
to have
you
you in this championship. And the winner is, with me right now, Izzat Zaidi. Congratulations, my friend. That was a brilliantly timed move. A brilliant race. How was it for you? How did you get yourself in position?
Firstly, I want to say thanks to team GRT Pitch Bike One Way Racing Team because set up the best final race 1. And in the race, many fight to front group, and I stay the front group. And last lap, I try the best, and Alhamdulillah, I win race 1.
It's a fantastic job, and it's good to see you winning at Chang International Circuit again.
Thank you.
Well done, Izzat.
Highlights of the Underbone 150cc race at the Buriram circuit, the Chang International Circuit, the opening race of the 2022 season. fascinating start. Oezo bike 5:21 was on his own on the front row because P2, Hafid, and P3, Nazrul Izzat from the Superpole, they both had to withdraw with mechanical problems. What it meant that was Oezo, who's now down in P11, had literally an up and down race. He would eventually finish in P6. For a long while, though, we thought that the man in green, the man who eventually came in P3, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, would be the man to watch. He was getting into beautiful positions, as we just see as they come towards the midway point of the race on the highlights. Another man who did really well was a debutant, Julie. On debut, Dimas Juli Atmoko for the LFN Indonesia racing team. He was on the Honda Supra. Most of the riders here are on the Yamahas, but Dimas Juli, his Honda really held up well, and he put himself in good positions. But again, the man in green, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, he was the man we thought would be the man to look out for. There he was, leading at the midway point of the race, dragging Dimas Juli Atmoko through with him. But then something would happen later on to Wayu Aji. As you can see here, he having been 1-2 right the way through the opening half, he's just getting swallowed up as our friend Uezu moves himself back up from 12 into a position challenging for the lead. There he is in the yellow and orange liveries. But it's around about this time that we got our first little look at Izzat Zaidi Muhammad Salhan, the Malaysian from the Pittsbike JRT one-way team. He just made his move here. Here he is in P5 at the moment, and then he makes his move in the blue bike, black helmet, currently in P3. He held his position absolutely beautiful, took a little bit of slipstream to take the lead for the first time at the 1/3 point of the very, very last lap. And then when it came into the middle portion of the race, there was a problem for April King Moscado, who bounced out and nearly took one of his UMA Racing teammates with him. But then it came to the final corner. Wayu Aji, he held the line, but look who it is who comes for. Emerson Ngito is bundled off of the bike, but the race win goes to number 98, Izzat Zaidi, for the Pittsbike JRT one-way team. Two riders crash on the very, very last corner. As we have a look at the replay once again, they're taken out. There's the problem for them, but the race win goes to number 98, Izzat Zaidi, on the Yamaha for the Pittsbike JRT one-way. He is the very early leader in the championship. Okay, and we go to the podium, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana, a very happy man. Barry Russell has come back to join us in the commentary box, and Barry, quick thoughts. You've had a very, very quick chat with the guys. I was surprised that Wayu Aji Trilaksana felt so buoyant about his P3.
Yes, he did. I think it was because he tried some strategies. It didn't work out perfectly, but he was genuinely buoyant. I know Wayu Aji quite well, and he was really pleased with this. I think he feels like he's back and getting a podium, first time after 2 years.
Jordan Badaru on debut, a P2 for him. But you could, even though he's still wearing a mask, Izzat Zaidi, you could see the smile underneath the mask. He is radiating happiness.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. We know him well in this championship, and it's always great to see him on the podium.
And the Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku, will blaze out under the Buriram Grandstand in just a moment. Great way to get the season back and running.
Isn't it?
Negaraku played out over the PA systems for the victory for Izzat Zaidi. Terrific performance from the Malaysian, who's a regular on the ARRC scene and well known in Malaysia as well. Prizes for today being handed out by Tongchai Wongsanon, the president of the FMSCT, and also by Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president. Blistering hot day, just a little bit of breeze just to help the riders, but I'm just thrilled that we're right back out racing competitively as it was, and that was indeed a competitive race, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it was. We knew that it would be, but it really delivered in spades.
Some new names for us as well. Dimas Juliat Moko coming in P4, but the man coming in P2 also. But also some familiar names disappearing out. There was a high casualty rate. Pirapong Loboinpeng out. Giancarlo Mauricio, a debutant, out. But these are the three who will pick up the 25, 20 and 16 points. Izzat Zaidi for Pittsburgh picking up maximum points.
Yeah, and honorary mention to John Emerson in Guito, who crashed at turn 12 for the second time today.
Stefan Karapier, FIM Asia president, handing out the helmet prizes. Need bigger podiums, not enough space on there. Too many prizes.
So many prizes, yeah.
But again, I can't overemphasize how good it is to be back racing. We've still got 3 more races to go at the Asia Production 250cc, the Supersport 600s, and the big bikes, the super bikes, the big beasts, flying around the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, the effort being put in by everybody this week and this weekend has been incredible.
Early championship standings. Izzat Zaidi leads the way, 25 points. Jordan Badaru on debut, 20. Waiwaji Trilaksana, 16. Dimas Julie riding the Honda. Look at that Honda, 2 and 4. Ayman Tahirudin, very good result for the Cardinals Racing Team, 11. Uwezo eventually finishing 6th. He was fun. Ahmad Afif Amran. Antoine, top 8 for Honda Racing Vietnam. We've hardly mentioned him. My apologies to Honda Racing Vietnam team. April King Moscaro coming through in P7 ahead of Duc Tan. So top 10 places for both Vietnamese. Ingito pushing his bike over the line for Yamaha, completing the points in P11. Okay, so the first race is up and running. We are back in the saddle. We're going to go for a quick commercial break, and then we'll get ready for the AP 250. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship from Buriram in Thailand. A very warm welcome back to Buram in Thailand. Beautiful skies. It's a lovely, fabulous day for racing. Nice bit of shadow in the grandstand for the fans who are here for the first round of the Asia Road Racing Championships 2022. The first of what we hope will be 6, and that's 12 races in all. Next race up, we've got the Asia Production 250cc. Without further ado, let's get you to the highlights of the qualification session that happened earlier on this morning. You're watching the highlights of the Asia Production 250cc qualification at the Buram Chang International Circuit, round 1 of the ARRC. And it was a good day for Indonesians at the end. Reza Danica Arons had a good session. The young Indonesian lapping up 153.298 to come in P4. Ray Ratakore, bike 222. Well, he was even quicker than that. He was a 153, 157. Anything inside 153 is a seriously good time on the AP 250s around Buram. There is bike 222 for the 1XOX TKR racing team. Just getting it wrong there, but he did put in a very fast lap and he's finished himself on the front row of the grid, Ray Ratakore. And he's a bit of a veteran of the ARRC. He'll be very competitive. Riders going out for secondary laps. Adhanantra Putra will be another who put in a very decent lap time. Bike number 21, he was a 153.030. I'm expecting a strong Indonesian challenge, Ray Ratakore, as you can see there. He's being shadowed in that particular moment by Akid Aziz, who's a very good Malaysian racer, who's stepping up from the underbone into the 250cc's. Let's see how he's able to handle the slightly bigger bikes. But bike 188, Pewat Patumas, is the only Thai in the 17-man starting grid. And he would actually post the fastest time, the only rider to get inside 1 minute 53 around this 4.55 kilometer circuit at Buram. So your 1, 2, 3 are Ratakore in 3, Adhanantra Putra in P2, and Pewat from Thailand in P1. Plenty of bumping going on. Very competitive. The racers all looking for the best line. But it would be the Honda Racing Thailand team who come out best, and Adhanantra Putra from Astra Honda in P2. Live pictures now from a growing crowd. Good to see. Slight breeze. This is going to be a 10-lap race of this 12-corner circuit. You've got the 3 long straights to start as the start-finish line into the right-hander into corner number 1, followed by the hairpin. And then you've got a very technical part where you're constantly shifting weight to get into the correct position before you come to the notorious corner 12, which you can see at the top of that picture. It is brutal because you're at top speed. It's how late can you leave the braking? How brave can you be? And these guys and kids in the grandstand have got the perfect view of that 12th corner. Beautifully appointed circuit here at Buram. It's established a real reputation for itself. Asia Production 250cc is the... So here is Pewat. Let's go and see if Barry Russell can get some words with Pewat, the pole sitter.
Pole position. As we look for some... There's some applause. Let's say, I think that's for you, Pewat. You did a fantastic job in qualifying. You're the only Thai rider on the grid, unbelievably. Can you bring back the win for Thailand? How are you feeling?
วันนี้ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้กลับมาแข่งขันอีกครั้ง
So happy to that I get a chance to go to the race again.
Yeah, and he's the only Thai rider here on the grid. Can he bring it home?
มีนักแข่งไทยคนอื่นอีกไหมครับไม่มีเนาะคนเดียว
คนเดียวเลยครับ
He's the only one
แต่
Thai rider on the grid right now. He's the only one Thai rider in the grid right now.
Patamios. Good luck.
Thank you.
โชคดีครับ
And now with Adananta Putra. Adananta, you've been putting in a fantastic performance all the way through the pre-season test and in practice, and you're now on the front row of the grid. What's your plan for this race?
Yeah, you know, the weather was very hot, but I have a good feeling in the practice and the qualifying. I think it will be a tough race because other riders quite fast also, but I will give my best, and I hope I can be on the podium this race.
Adananta, we're looking forward to the race. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we're moving to the third place man on the grid. The outside of the front row is Ray Ratakori. Ray, it's great to see you back here again. Good to see you in new colours as well. How is it with the new team?
This year I try to get podium for first round because this first time I get front row in the Buriram circuit. Okay.
You're looking good. Ray, good luck.
Thank you.
That's it. We've spoken to the first three riders on the grid. We just have a couple of shots there, and we're going back to you in the studio, Des Corkill.
Thank you very much, Barry. Yes, Ray Ratakore celebrating a new team, and as he said, a first time on the grid in Buriram. But Piawat looking very, very confident. Behind them, Reza Danica Arends. I'm a big fan of Reza Danica. I always thought that he would be up at the top end of races, but he hasn't quite had a chance. Well, to be fair, nobody's had a chance to deliver, have they? But Reza Danica from Astra Honda is in P4. A former champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, on the Kawasaki Ninja. The Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team, lapped at 153.382. Aldi Satya Mahendra stepping up. This is a kid who we saw winning at Underbone famously in Suzuka in the wet. Well, now he's stepping up into the 250s on the Yamaha YZF, lap time of 153.598. Anji Setiawan is another of the experienced Indonesian campaigners. In fact, Indonesians dominating this race. 7 of the first 8 racers, other than the man in P1, are all from Indonesia, including Rafid Topon Susito on the Honda for the LFN Indonesia Racing Team, lapping 153.829, all within a second of the pole sitter. Idlam Hakimi Radwan is a young Malaysian racer for the Idemitsu Bunsu Honda Racing Team. Had a good season in the Capri last year and is looking again just to step up a moment in class. Herjan Adna Ferdaus we've seen on the grid at the ARRC from Astra Honda Racing Team in Indonesia. He's on the Honda CBR 250 RR. Aiki Iyoshi, who actually won a race, if I recall, in the aborted 2020 season down at Sepang. So he started well, the Japanese. Motul Sniper Mantech Racing Team. He's the teammate of Andy Mohammed Fadli. That'll be a good combination on the Kawasaki Ninja. Next to them, Fitrianta Kete for the LFN Indonesia Racing Team. The black and gold racing colours on the Honda CBR 250. Time, he was a bit slow in qualification. Sedhu Rajiv out of India. They're working desperately hard to improve their fortunes, India. Honda Racing India, represented by Sedhu Rajiv. Akid Aziz, I'm really surprised to see Akid this far down. Again, a very, very accomplished underbone racer, stepping up into the 250s, is well within his capabilities. Khao Vietnam from the Honda Racing Vietnam team in P15, 155.0. He was a long way off the pace in qualification. Will be looking to get a top 10 place if he possibly can. And Sendil Chandrasekaran from India on the Honda CBR. So Indian racers in 13 and 16. They'll have their own little battle. Top 10 for the India and Vietnamese racers, I think, would be probably a valuable lesson in the growth of the sport in both of those countries. But the favourites, obviously, Indonesians, are just dominating the circuit. And keep an eye out, in particular, for Andy Mohammed Fadli, the former champion. Bike number 108 on the Kawasaki Ninja. And Aldi Setya Mahendra Really have enjoyed seeing this kid, and he is a kid. He won his first race when he was 13. I went down to the pit lane and I saw this tiny little fella, a boy, but he's growing up into being a very accomplished racer. And I've followed him. He won the novice category in the Underbone Championship in Indonesia last season in the One Prix Championship. So he's a kid who knows how to win races. Barry Russell is back from his interviewing responsibilities. You'll be as fit as the racers soon, Barry, because it's hot out there and you're sprinting up and down.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Des, I'm glad I didn't spend the pandemic drinking beer and eating pizza on the sofa. It is furiously hot out there, I can tell you. On the way back, I just crouched down and put my hand on the tarmac. Half a second, I had to take it away. It must be 60 degrees.
Two things I take from that comment. Number one, it's hot out there. Number two, he's accusing me of drinking beer and eating pizza on the sofa for 2 years.
Very perceptive, Des.
Okay, we've got the formation lap where many Indonesian racers and some very good racers, but it's Thai who leads the way. Honda Racing Thailand posting the fastest lap. The only lap inside 153, which on 250 is a 152 lap, is really impressive from Perawat for Honda Racing Thailand. Adenta Putra for Astra Honda Racing is alongside Ray Ratakori, who's changed teams to one XOX TKR Racing team. Reza Danica Arons from Astra Honda Racing is in P4. Former champion Andy Mohammed Fadli, look out for him, and Aldi Satya, a young racer, completing the first 2 rows.
And then number 7, Anggi Setiawan. The Indonesian racer has shown lots of potential, but there's more to come from him. He's joined by Rafid Topan Sucipto, Idlan Hakimi Raduan, and on the next row, Herjan, the Astra Honda rider, the 3rd Astra Honda rider, and next to him, Aiki Iyoshi. Expect fireworks from him, and we've got Fitrian Zakete in P12.
And completing the final 2 rows of the grid, the Indian challenge coming from Sethu Rajiv for Honda Racing India. Akid Aziz, I'm looking forward to seeing if Akid can get up into the top 5 or so. He really is highly accomplished. Khao Vietnam, the best of the Vietnamese, the only Vietnamese. Sendil Chandrasekaran in P18. Yep. So the formation lap is up. Now, you mentioned that the heat out there. We've seen 36 degrees as the outside temperature, but the temperature trackside must be close to in the 50s.
Yeah, I would estimate it as 60. I think if I'd left my hand there for a second, I'd have blisters, seriously. So
well, leave it longer next time then, Barry.
Challenging conditions. There are better ways to get blisters on your hand, Des.
Perawat will know this circuit like the back of his hand. For the Indonesians, they've not had that reputation, that opportunity. Really is a fabulous facility, the Boram, the Chang International Circuit. And this will be the start and finish of the 2022 Asia Road Racing Championships. The finish coming in mid-November, which seems a long time away. But what happens now, Barry Russell, really does have an impact on what happens in November.
Absolutely, and I think that's why at the end of the Underbone race, with Wayuaji coming in 3rd, I think that was why he's so happy. He got some good points on the board, and he's going to move it on from there. As Perawat, the sole Thai rider on the grid. That's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen that before in this championship.
Just one mention, Muzakir Mohammed didn't get on the start grid, didn't complete a qualification time. Another casualty for the one XOX TKR Racing team. But Perawat did. He is on pole position. Bike number 188. As the red lights go off, oh, it's a slow start. He put too much back end on it, and Perawat is just closed down by 1, 2, 3 racers. So bike 188, he was on pole, Barry Russell, but he wheelied and lost 4 places.
Absolutely. When that happens, you have to keep the front down. That's why the MotoGP machines have got these whole shot devices. But it was Adinanta who got into the lead, and he's holding it as they go up the straight.
Andy Mohammed Fadli immediately making a move, the green livery of the Kawasaki Ninja, and Fadli is didn't quite get that one right. Andy Mohammed Fadli lost his balance just for a little bit as somebody is forced very wide indeed. But Perawat has dropped it, where he's been dropped quite a long way into the middle of that field now.
Yeah, disappointing for Perawat.
You work so hard in qualification to get yourself in P1, and then you spoil it in a blink of an eye.
At this level, everything has to be perfect. And you can see Reza Danica lurking there, just close to the front group, just been pushed back as I speak to 7th position, so he just lost 4 places as I was speaking.
Andy Mohamed Fadli is the man who's taken over the lead of this. I know Andy's coming into this one really confident. He's another who had a decent season in Indonesia in domestic championships. Behind him, Adananta Putra, who I know I've commentated on, but he's never stuck in my mind, Adananta. So for him to get on the second row of the grid is good. Ratakore is also there as well. And they both spoke very confidently, Adananta and Ray Ratakore, Barry Russell.
Yeah, they did. I sensed Ray was a little apprehensive, but now look, he's moving up and challenging for P1 as they go complete this first lap.
First of 10 laps, it will indeed be Adananta Putra who leads the way. Ratakore in P3. The meat in the sandwich is Andy Mohamed Fadli. In fact, Andy Mohamed Fadli just being pushed out to P3. Rafid Topan, Pirwat's got himself back up into P5. Reza Danica is there. Aldi Satya Mahendra. I'm fascinated to see how Aldi Satya does. Further down, Akid Aziz has got himself into P12.
Yeah, it's good to see these new riders in the class coming through, especially the really young ones. She said, like Aldi Satya Mahendra, as we just watched the drag race up towards turn 3. Adananta takes the lead through that corner.
Appropriately, the drag circuit is just the other side of the grandstand on there, isn't it? So they could be dragging against the real drag racers, but Adananta leads the way. Andy Mohamed Fadli takes a slightly different line, easy to pick out. Kawasaki not competing as a team here, but there's a couple of Kawasaki bikes in there, and Fadli has remained loyal to the Kawasaki brand.
Yeah, he has. A lot of his fans have been pushing him to get up into the 600 class, and it would be good to see him there, to be fair, but it requires resources.
It does. 250s is pretty competitive as well, as Adananta for Astra Honda Racing still leads us. We are on lap 1.5 of 10 to go, but what's interesting is to see that Sendil Chandrasekhar and Sethu Rajiv are off the pace. They've already been dropped. Idlan Hakimi has been dropped. Cal Vietnam has been dropped. Akid Aziz is still up with that main group, but at the very front, Adananta Putra and Ray Ratukore are just edging away a little bit, Barry.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether we would see a really close slipstreaming battle like this we've got on our screen now as they come into turn 12. Little twitch from Andy Fadli as he under braking there, a lot of pressure on the front.
1, 2, 3, Reza Danica Arends moves into P3, and Pirwat's got himself back up into the first group as well after that pretty lousy start, if we're all honest about it. You can't do a wheelie on the start line and hope not to get criticised, but that's what he did. However, he's got himself back up into P4, and so long as you're in contention coming into the final 4.5 kilometres, then you've still got a chance.
Yes, you have, and also watch the other Kawasaki, Aiki Iyoshi, just towards the back of that group now. He's very determined, very tough Japanese teammate of Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's got designs on this race too.
Aldi Setya also in there. Lap number 2, we're on lap number 3. Lap number 2, a 1:54.6 for Adananta Putra. So in qualification, a 1:52.827 on the Dunlop tyres, of course. A couple of changes to the rules for the ARRC this year, and qualification tyres certainly help make it a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, for the 600 and 1000s, yeah, absolutely. We really saw some action in qualifying this morning, and coming up for the last 2 races of this afternoon, we'll see the effect of the new Dunlop tyres. For now, we can see the 2018 champion, Reza Danica Arends, taking the lead, just stretching a little bit.
Yeah, he's just done a 43.2 sector, so he's 1/10 in the sector 2 faster.
Oh, and I think that was a moment for, was that Adananta? Not sure. No, it wasn't Adananta.
Reza Danica is the man who's in the lead. This is a young fella I thought would be really pushing for championships, Reza Danica. Here he is, he's pushing for the lead. He's got the lead. He's taken Adananta Putra with him. Ray Ratakore is just pushed into P4 by Andy Mohamed Fadli as they come through. 7 laps still to go. This is going pretty much, I think, as we expected, in that Reza Danica is pushing up the top. Andy Mohamed Fadli, I'm keen to see. Aldi Satya down in P8.
Yeah, there's some really class riders if you look down. Well, if you look down the top 10, really.
It's a strong field, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the 600 and the 1000s are super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got a champion at the front, former champion at the front, Reza Danica, really quick rider as well. Before 2018, when he won that championship, there were questions over his durability during a race, even though he was taking pole positions, but he's a much more rounded racer now.
P4 is Ratakuri. In fact, P4 has just been taken by Piawat, so Piawat's got himself up into P4. What was your feeling? You interviewed Piawat very, very briefly. I know it needs to be translated, but what was your feeling about Piawat's confidence levels? Andy Mohammed Fadli just has to slam on the brakes.
Yeah, Piawat looked confident. He said, I could understand just about in Thai. He said, I know I'm the only Thai here, but it's okay. I'm going for the podium.
And certainly he is at the moment. He's in P3 just at the moment, as we also saw the new colours of Rafi Topan Susito, the LFN Indonesia racing team. The black and gold. I'm enjoying that black and gold colour, but Andy Mohammed Fadli in P3 still. Ratakuri, Piawat. These 4 plus perhaps the man in P5 are breaking away. Ayoshi's the man in P5.
Yeah, Aoki Ayoshi will be keen to get on the back of this group. He does fancy his chances.
Fadli takes the inside line. It's just if you can hold it around that tight corner. Maybe the guys are just experimenting what's the best line to come into on the final lap of the race, because I suspect we are going to be 2 or 3 abreast coming into this final corner on the final lap.
Yeah, definitely some rehearsals going on right through to the end of lap 10. And we've got a bike down. That's Senthil.
Yeah, Senthil is out, and it's a 1XOX racer. Who's he taking? Is that Akid Aziz? I think Akid is the other one who's gone down with him, right at the tail there. So Sedu Rajiv's race is over. Akid Aziz's race is over. Muzake Mohammed's race didn't start. 1OX TKR Racing are not having a good weekend.
No, they're not, although Ray Ratakuri might fly the flag for them in this race, although he's dropped to the back of that group.
And leads. Andy Mohammed Fadli in P2, 3 abreast as they go down that long straight. Facility is looking great. The track surface looks really strong as well.
Yeah, and the riders have been saying the track surface doesn't just look good, it is in really good condition. The pandemic has been rough for circuit owners, not just promoters and racers, but Buriram, Chang International Circuit have done a really good job of keeping it commercially running with lots of events here. Domestic car and motorcycle racing series, as you've been following, Des. And look, Yuki Iyoshi moving into P3.
Yeah, and Piawat's part of them as well. Well, what looked to be a breakaway of 4, Piawat's managed to pull everybody back. Rafi Topan has also joined in the black and gold. There he is. So it's now an 8-man train, including Aldi Sachi Mahendra. Ray Ratukore has dropped to the back of that group in the green of that, as you were just mentioning. Has he had a problem, Ray, Barry Russell?
He just got a little bit out of shape. Let's see if he can recover and move back up this group. He's certainly got the skills and experience to do it.
Well, he just posted 1:53.9, so he's not too bad.
Yeah, so he's yeah, absolutely. I was hoping we would see a group of 6 or 8 bikes jousting at the front, and that's what we have got. That's what we've been used to seeing in previous years in this championship.
And Anji Setiawan just trying to tag on the end of it as well. He's done well just to stay close. The Yamaha Racing Indonesia rider. He finished in P7 in qualifications, just at the back in the blue there. Just not close enough to make a move, but Ayoshi's made a move. You mentioned him earlier, and you said look out for the 2 Kawasaki's, and there they are, right next to each other. Ayoshi tracking Reza Danica, and Kawasaki 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah, Kawasaki 2 and 3, and Rafid Topan on that very distinctive black and gold bike. I like that one as well, Des. The pit looks stunning, by the way, so if you have a pit pass, go and take a look. It's beautiful.
Midway through the Asia Road Racing Championship, Asia Production 250cc race. We're at Buriram in Thailand. It's the first of 12 races for the season. And if the others are anything like this, it's going to be a crackling season. Adananta Putra leads the way on Astra Honda, the red of Astra Honda. Behind him, the green of the Kawasaki of Andy Muhammad Fadli from Indonesia. Indonesians absolutely dominating, but Aiki Iyoshi is trying to get in there as well. He's the number 37. He's actually the man in P2. I got that wrong. It's Ayoshi ahead of Andy Muhammad Fadli. And Ayoshi is going to go for the lead coming into the final corner at the end of lap number 5.
Yeah, didn't quite make it, but that again was another rehearsal for what's going to happen in 4 laps time from now.
And Ray Ratikore's made a comeback. He's in P4 at the moment. He's ahead of Andy Muhammad Fadli. Piawat's dropped down to P6. How much difference does it? How much does it damage the confidence if you're going up and down a field, Barry? Or do you want to be in a nice static place, or you just want to be out of trouble?
You want to be in a nice position for the front. It doesn't always work out like that because you've got a whole bunch of guys around you who want to beat you up and push you to the back. When it does happen, you just kind of grit your teeth and think, okay, I've got some work to do now, and you fight your way back up. And all these riders, some of the best riders, like motorcycle riders in Asia, know exactly what to do.
That was the Kawasaki pit lane. The man leading the way, though, is Reza Danica Arens from Indonesia. Reza Danica from the Astra Honda racing team. So Astra Honda are certainly going to be competing for the team championship if they can have riders in the top 4 of every race so far this season. As we go out into the countryside in Buriram. It's all countryside in Buriram, but the countryside of the track in Buriram.
Yeah, absolutely. Buriram is much less countryside than it was before this circuit opened. It really has, in a good way, transformed the city and the province here.
The football team have got a stadium just down the way. They were meant to win the league title last week, but they lost to their big Bangkok rivals. However, that's football. This is the motor racing, and it's Reza Danica Arens who's still leading the way. And it's still, as you wanted, Barry, it's still your top 8. And Setiawan not a million miles away from making it a top 9. In fact, he's gone on the back now, back number 96, Angie Setiawan.
Yeah, I was just looking out for Angie. He's a rider I'd love to see come through. We've seen him quick before. He's never really put the results together.
Piawat is the new leader. He was the pole sitter. He had a poor start. He dropped back to P7, P8, but now he's just manoeuvred his way through quite nicely into the lead. Piawat from Adananta, from Ratikore, Reza Danica, Ayoshi, Andy Muhammad Fadli, Rafid Topan, Aldi Setya Mahendra, bike 57. Aldi Setya's not made any move, but he's just happily sitting there in P8, or is he happily sitting there in P8?
Yeah, the first 6 have been the first 6 for a while now. Let's just see what those Yamahas behind and the Honda can do to catch up.
You're wondering if they're holding something back, or I'm wondering if they're holding something back, as the Hondas and the Kawasaki's have done all the donkey work.
Yeah, that's some pretty elegant donkey work, you have to say, as they come into this big boys corner, turn 4.
It is. It's. You've got to be brave on that corner, can't you? You've just got to flow into it. But it's still a Piawat leading the way. Bike 188. The lone tie in Buriram.
In past years, we got used to a battle between Thai and Indonesian riders in this class, and now Piawat is the sole representative at his home track. So he's got incentive enough to push him to the top step of the podium. But Aiki Iyoshi and the rest of the field behind him have got different ideas.
Reza Danica, yeah, he's due a win. I've liked his career so far. He's under pressure from Ayoshi, who had a win at Sepang in that aborted season. When we come at the end of this corner, Ayoshi once again is just trying to take the inside line. He's looking for the angle to take the lead, but it's nicely done by Reza Danica. Reza's able just to lean a little bit more as Rafid Topan makes a move in the middle of the pack. So it's Reza Danica, Ayoshi, Ratikore, Piawat, Rafid Topan, and suddenly the Kawasaki's, or the Kawasaki of Andy Muhammad Fadli's dropped down to P8.
Yeah, again, I didn't see what dropped him back, but he won't be happy with that with 2 laps to go. So he's going to be putting the work in now.
And your pal Setiawan's got up ahead of him, so maybe the Yamahas of Setiawan and Aldi Setio have got something in hand. As up at the front, Reza Danica, lovely slide into the hairpin, takes Ayoshi with him. We're a quarter of the way through. There's the two long straights.
Yeah, Reza Danica's got some beautiful lines. You saw it just now as he came through turn 12 to fend off that challenge beautifully from Aiki Ayoshi.
It's the Astra Honda of Piawat there. So Ayoshi is now taking the lead. We mentioned the lone Thai. We've got a lone Japanese as well, and it's a Japanese who's in the lead at the moment. And Piawat has closed up as well. This is leading into a fabulous finale. Adananta's been dropped just a little bit. Andy Mohammed Fadli hasn't been able to make up that ground that he lost. That's a long way back. You see the lime green livery towards the back of that train.
Yeah, that wasn't according to plan for sure. Let's see if he can correct it. And Ray Rasakuri in front of him, I think, at the moment.
Ayoshi's last lap was a 1:53.660. Where is he now? He's done quick lap times. He's just done 800ths quicker than Reza Danica, but he's being swallowed up there by Reza Danica as they come into the corner 12 for the final, well, the penultimate time. We are now on the last lap, and I tell you what, Reza Danica is leading. The man who's come back up is Adananta. Ayoshi is in third. Andy Mohammed Fadli down in sixth. Piawat in fourth. This is going to be congested. This is going to be underbone-like.
It is, and again you saw that beautiful line through turn 12 from Reza Danica as he was under challenge from two other riders. Let's see if he can pull that off the last time around. The other riders, of course, will have seen that beautiful line and tried to do something about it. Here comes Adananta as they go into turn 3.
The blue Yamaha Indonesia racers seem to have just been pushed off the back, Aldi Setio Mahendra and Andy Setiawan. So I suspect the winner is going to come from this front six. As we look at the Astra Honda racing team, they're looking on very happily. Adananta leading the way at the moment. He's bike 21. Ayoshi in the green is 37. Reza Danica is 123. Piawat 188 comes back to the fore.
And look at Andy Fadli.
So Piawat leads the way. After Piawat, we have got Ayoshi. Final half lap of this AP 250cc race, and Piawat, who was on pole position, has accelerated towards the front. Now then, is he able to hold up the traffic behind him? Piawat from Thailand, Ayoshi followed by Andy Mohammed Fadli. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Reza Danica behind them. Andy Mohammed Fadli goes on the inside of Ayoshi. Teammate ahead of the teammate.
Well, here comes Andy Fadli. And
Andy Fadli 108, Piawat 188. Final corner coming in, corner 12. Reza Danica goes on the gravel, and Reza Danica, can he squeeze it out? Reza Danica on the inside. Andy Mohammed Fadli, contact, two go out. Ayoshi is out. The victory will go to Piawat ahead of Reza Danica. Andy Mohammed Fadli, Adanata, Ayoshi, Aldi Satya all out on the final lap. Piawat from pole, lost his top position, came back towards the top, won it on the final corner, Barry Russell.
And there's the disconsolate Adananta. And that's Jutamark from the Thai Honda team. Rather pleased with that.
Oh, but the Honda team, Astra Honda, there's been a crash right at the end. Sethu Rajiv out, Adananta taken out, but Piawat from Thailand in the Honda. There's the celebrations in the pit. Gosh, he worked hard for that one, Barry Russell.
Great work after that terrible start. So I better run off and talk to him, Des.
Indeed, Barry Russell will be doing the interviews in just a moment as Jutamark celebrates appropriately coloured hair, and the crowd celebrate a really good battle. The riders may not like it, but look at this final corner. Andy Mohammed Fadli is caught, and that takes out 1, 2, 3, including Adananta. So Adananta misses out on points. Also missing out on points is Ayoshi. He got up to finish in P7, but corner number 12 takes more victims. Great work from Barry. He's heading down to the Park Ferme as their teams do their celebrating lap of honour. Piawat Patumas for Honda Racing Thailand takes the victory, 4/10 clear of Reza Danica, who himself is 3/10 clear of Andy Mohamed Fadli. Rafid Topan Susito ahead of Ray Ratakore for one XOX TKR Racing Team. At least they got something out the weekend. Angie Setiawan benefiting from the triple crash. Ayoshi picking his bike up and finishing in P7. Herjan Atna Ferdaus Astra Honda finishing P8. Idlan Hakimi, good result for him on the Honda CBR 250. The young Malaysian in 9 ahead of Fitrianta Kete. Kao Vietnam 11. Aldi Satya picking his bike up to finish in P12. And Sethu Rajiv finishing the race. Adananta also will pick up points. You never know how useful that may be. Akid Aziz completing the top 15. Whoa. Breathless stuff. This corner 12, you know it's going to provide incredible, incredible moments. And the riders, if they are to be victorious, have got to be brave. And I think it was Piawat who was actually pushed onto the gravel in the build-up to the that final corner. As Piawat comes into the Park Ferme. Celebrations from him. Great performance from Reza Danica Arens and from Andy Mohamed Fadli. Little fist pump. Big hug. Job well done. He was on pole. He gave us a dramatic opening. I know Barry Russell is in the midst of that, and hopefully we'll get to talk to Piawat. So the only Thai gets a big hug from the team management. And we hope very soon we'll be talking to Barry Russell.
Piawat, congratulations, you're the only Thai in this grid. Amazingly, you got pole position, you won the race, but you gave yourself some work to do because the start wasn't so good. Tell me about how you got your way back through the pack.
รอบแรกๆก็พยายามที่จะขี่ตามเขาไปก่อนครับเพื่อว่าจะได้เช็ครถเช็คอะไรด้วยแล้วเราก็จะได้เก็บรถไว้ด้วยเก็บยางไว้ด้วยเพื่อรอบสุดท้ายจะมาทำอย่างนี้นะครับเพื่อชัยชนะวันนี้นะครับต้องขอบคุณพี่ทุกคนนะครับที่ช่วยเชียร์ผมครับขอบคุณครับ
Yeah, as you know, this class in 250 class is always fighting until the last corner, and he make the plan like okay, he checked with another rider, and until before last 2 laps, he will gain the position and try to win the race. Thank you for the team and all support from Honda Racing Thailand, all sponsor.
That's a fantastic effort. Piawat, congratulations. Theme Ratapak, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you to Barry Russell, the interview with Piawat. You've just witnessed a really, really hectic end for the Asia Production 250cc. Let's have a look at the best of the action from the 10-lap race. Highlights from race 1 of the season of the AP 250cc at the Asia Road Racing Championships. And Piawat, the local hero, bike 188, was on pole position. A couple of riders had a moment or two as they tried to settle into the new season. But once they got going, we had a train of 8 or 9 riders regularly up at the top of the pile. Reza Danica, bike 123. Andy Mohamed Fadli in the green Kawasaki, bike 108. They were early contenders as Piawat tried to make up for what was a poor start. Coming through was Adananta Putra for Indonesia. Adananta, he was second on the grid at the start, and the Astra Honda Racing Team rider was looking very good, as was Aoki Ayoshi, the Japanese racer for the Kawasaki team. But he would lose a little bit of time just in the 6th lap. And And then he would try to make it up once again. Ray Ratakore by 2:22 was also right in the midst. But when we came to the penultimate lap, Andy Mohamed Fadli, he made his move. Reza Danica was also in that group. And look at the back of that little group of four. The man who would eventually go on and win it, Piermat Patumyos, for the Honda Racing Thailand team. As we came into the penultimate lap, Reza Danica was looking good. Adan Anta was looking very good. Andy Mohamed Fadli was looking good. And Rafi Topan in the black and gold also looking good on the Yamaha for Indonesia. By this time, the blue of Yamaha Indonesia had been dropped, and Anji Setiawan will have to settle for the lower places. Then the final corner, just a little bit of a clip on from Adananta on the back of Andy Mohamed Fadli is allowed Piawat to go forward and take the maximum 25 points. Behind him, you saw the chaos. 3 riders would get up on their bikes and recover to pick up minor points, which could help them later on in the season. But Andy Mohamed Fadli would take P3. Reza Danica Arons would take in P2 for Indonesia. But your winner in Buriram, race number 1, where corner 12 again takes the victims, Piawat Patumyos of Honda Racing Thailand. As we just get ready for the trophy presentation. Breathless finishing for both of the race. Our cameras in position, so bottom right, so we know that the riders are about to make their way up. But really, really good work from Andy Mohamed Fadli, a former champion, and for Reza Danica Arons. Not such a good day for the Indian contingent of Senthil Chandrasekaran, who ended up in the pits, and also Sadhu Rajiv picked up points, but he was a long, long way off the pace. But picking up points is very useful for the Honda Racing India team. But Piawat, Honda Racing Thailand, taking the victory. Right, okay, we have got some news hot in. Piawat has been dropped 1 position. So Piawat is no longer your winner because he exceeded track limits. Now, was that coming into that final corner when he hit the dirt? So he did go onto the dirt. Barry Russell is back after just interviewing Piawat, who thought he had won it, Piawat. That'll be devastating for the young Thai to have the win taken off him. But the new race winner will be Reza Danica Arons.
Yeah, I didn't see him go off. I was watching Reza Danica, who went off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe on the... gosh, that's an interesting one.
Let's have another look. The race officials must have had a good look at it. Reza Danica promoted to first.
So that's what the slight delay is for the trophy presentation. Andy Mohamed Fadli, he's third. That's fine. He looks pretty happy with that. The former champion, draped in the Indonesian flag, Motor Sniper Mantek Racing Team on the Kawasaki. He was lucky. He did well to actually stay on his bike because he was clipped pretty hard by Adananta.
Yeah, he was.
2 is officially Piawat.
So that is a disappointed Piawat, undoubtedly. Mounting the podium there.
Shake of the head. And sporting, to be fair, I wouldn't be quite as cheerful as that if I'd had a win taken from me. But the winner is Reza Danica Arons from the Astra Honda Racing Team. And we'll get the Indonesian anthem before we get the trophy presentation. So, after the judges had made their call, and they made it fairly quickly, Barry, they made the call very quickly just to avoid any real confusion. Tanasiri, the managing director of Chang International Circuit, hands out the prizes to Andy Mohammed Fadli, to a disappointed Piawat.
Disappointed, but points on the board, valuable points on the board, and another day to fight again tomorrow.
And Reza Danica, I'm really pleased for him because he's been a consistent competitor at AP 250 over the years. Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, will come on and make an additional presentation.
Points certainly mean prizes here, don't they, in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship?
Yeah, we were talking about it before. It's a long season. It goes on till November. There's 12 races in total. But if you get off to a bad start, it can really, really hurt you. And that yes, you can have a bad race here and there, but you've got to be consistent. And so going out on the last corner, as several of the races did, Adananta in particular, he'll be wondering how effective or how that's going to affect his title challenge later on, because he's good enough to be challenging for the title.
He absolutely is, yeah. That was devastatingly disappointing for him and for those of us that have been watching him this week.
So there's the photo opportunity. All appropriately COVID masked up. We're still dealing with the effects of the COVID-19, but Reza Danica Arans at least goes away with 25 points for Astra Honda Racing Team. Frustration for Piawat for second place. Andy Mohammed Fadli, best of the Kawasaki's, in third. Rafi Topan at P4. Ray Ratukori at P5. Setiawan gets 10 points for 6. Ayoshi got up off his bike and pushed it over the line for P7. Herjan Adna Ferdhaus coming in ahead of Idlan Hakimi. Fitriansa Kete finishing in the top 10. Cal Vietnam, Aldi Satya Mahendra will pick up points, as will Sedu Rajiv and Adananta, who pushed his bike over the line as well. No points though for Sendil or Muzakir, who didn't start the race. Well, two dramatic finales to get us underway. We've got the big boys still to come. The Superbikes will come later on this afternoon, but coming up after the break, we've got the Super Sport 600. You are watching the return of the Asian Road Racing Championships from Buriram in Thailand. Big in, take a breath, relax just a little bit, because we've had a couple of dramatic races already at the Chang International Circuit on the return of the Asia Road Racing Championships. A great finale to the Underbone 150, a super finale to the AP 250. Now we're getting to the big boys. Des Corkill, Barry Russell will be joining me in just a moment for the commentary on the 600 Super Sports. Firstly, let's have a look back at what happened this morning during qualification, which were in perfect conditions. Highlights here of the qualification session on the Saturday morning for the Supersports 600cc Championship. And one of the local heroes on the Yamaha, Ratapong Willarot, who is the defending domestic 600cc champion and also a former ARRC champion. He knows Buriram like the back of his hand and posted a very, very quick time of 138.943. One of only 3 riders inside 139. And he was very quick, and he's put himself on the first row of the grid. Ratapong will be one of the riders you've got to beat in this championship if you're going to win it. It's a high quality group of riders in there, the likes of Galang Hendra, Fairozi from Indonesia, Khairul Pawi. They didn't get anywhere near the top 10, and youngsters like Izam Akmal not in the top 10 either. Second place was Nakarin. They call him Chip in these parts, the Honda Racing Thailand racer. He was 138.897, so just 400ths quicker than the Ratapong Willarot. In fact, we had how many? Everybody was within a second of each other. No, that's not quite true. The first 8 races were all within a second of the fastest lap time. But the fastest lap time went to the returning Andy Gilang, the man they call Andy Gilang, Andy Farid Izaha from Astra Honda Racing Team. A 138.665, a full 2/10 quicker than anybody else out on the circuit. He looked secure, he looked like he got his lines right, he looked like he learned so much from his time in Europe. He looked very, very confident on the track, and the Astra Honda Racing Team in general looking very confident as well. So there are your top 3. Ratapong on the Yamaha for Yamaha Thai Racing in P3, Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand in P2. But the man they've all got to beat is Andy Farid Izaha, Andy Gilang from the Astra Honda Racing Team. Others to look out for in a high quality group, you've got the Malaysian champion Helmi Azman for Boonshu Honda Racing in P4, Irfan Ardiansa, bike number 16, Astra Honda Racing in P5, Ibrahim Noruddin from SIC Racing, who won 3 races in a single weekend last year on the Malaysian circuit, and also the likes of Krichapon and Kanatat out of Thailand, and also Galan Hendra Pratama, the Yamaha Racing Indonesia racer, coming in 9th place. But your pole sitter for today, Andy Farid Izaha. Circuit at Buriram looking excellent conditions today. It's hot and sticky and warm. Andy Farid Izaha 138.665, genuinely quick, maximum speed 258.6 kilometers per hour. He is the man on pole and the man to beat. Back now to live pictures of the Chang International Circuit. It is a 12-corner circuit, corner number 12. Oh, we've already seen some fun and games on there. 5 left turns, 7 right turns. We're in Buriram, which is in the northeastern part of Thailand. It's a long way to get out here, but what a facility when you do get out here. It is hot and sunny. As you can see, there's a little bit of wind just to ease the conditions for the racers, but trackside conditions are very, very warm indeed. Okay, Barry Russell is co-commentating today. He's also doubling up as the man who's going to interview the top racers. So let's hand over to Barry, who's amidst that little scrum down on the track.
Thank you, Des. And we're down on the grid with the poleman, Andy Farid Izaha. Andy, you've been fast all week through the 2 days of pre-season testing and free practice yesterday. Are you feeling the pressure now?
No, during the test, we already did what we want to do, and then everything is going well. So I just want to focus for the race and make the best race. And then, yeah, we've been working from the test, so I think it will be a nice race. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. You've got a whole load of people rooting for you back home in Indonesia. Good luck. And that was Andy Farid Izdihar, who has been fantastically consistent all week. And another rider who's been consistent, making a return to ARRC, is the number 41 bike who qualified second, Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Chip, you've been consistent all week in pre-season testing. You were good. What's it like to be back in ARRC?
Yeah, very happy to be back here and very exciting. Now, also I see my friend come to join together 600cc, and today try to break away and go win.
Okay. And who do you see as your main rivals this time?
Sorry?
Who is your closest competitors for this race?
Yeah.
Okay, Chip, it's great to see you here. Good luck, my friend. It's Chip Nakarin. We're just going to skip along to the 2018 champion, Ratapong Willarot, on the number 56, Yamaha Thailand Racing R6. Ratapong, you've had a busy week. You had the championship in 2018 and a long break in your homeland. How are you feeling now, back in international competition?
Yes, for me, this many riders is very competitive. But for me, now our team and I try to set up the bike for this race. I think this one we ready to fight. So maybe what gonna we will see. I will try my best.
Ratapong, good luck. Have a good race. Thank you. That's the top three done. We're going to need to clear off the grid shortly. So we'll go back to you, Des, in the studio.
Thank you very much, Barry. Good work out in the sun there. The Thai flag was waving in the background. I saw that as we go through the rest of the pit. This is Muhammad Helmi Azman, who is the Malaysian champion for the Bunchu Honda racing team. A 1:39.212 for Helmi Azman. Alongside Helmi, you've got Irfan Ardianta from Indonesia, the second of the Astra Honda racing team, the teammate of Andy Gilang, who is on pole at the moment. I love the answer from Andy Gilang. You feeling the pressure? No, he says, not at all. Irfan Ardianta looking pretty cool as well. His lap time, 1:39.339, 1/10 down on Helmi. Ibrahim Noruddin. He and his brother are two fine racers. For once, they're not on the same team. Ibrahim will be racing in the 600s for SIC Racing. His brother Adam will be racing later on this afternoon in the 1000s. But look out for Ibrahim on the Yamaha. Ratapong on the Yamaha in P3. Ibrahim on the Yamaha for SIC Racing in P6. P7, we've got Kritchapong for the Honda Racing Thailand team. He's Nakarin's teammate. And again, very, very capable of getting up into the podium places, Kritchapong. He's maybe occasionally just off the pace or isn't getting the results that he'd like to be getting. Next to him is Kanatat Jaiman for the Yamaha High Speed Hung Modified Racing Team. This is one of the independent teams racing on the Yamaha YZF R6, a 1:39.521 down in PA. We're not expecting him to get up into the podium positions, but if he can be challenging for top 6, I'm pretty sure Kanatat will be pretty happy. Now then, Galanghendra Pratama. He's had some experience on the world and European scenes down in P9 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. They haven't quite got their setup right so far this weekend, Yamaha Racing, but Galanghendra, a very, very capable racer. A 1:39.556 shows he's not too far off the pace. And then bike number 36 is Fairozi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, the second of that team. Fairozi won a 150cc championship on the 1 Prix last season, so a big step up in qualification. But again, he knows his way around the circuit. Kyril Idampawi, gosh, welcome back to Kip. He was a sensation on the ARRC as a young lad, went off to develop his skills in Europe, is now back in Asia. P11 11, though, for the Bunshu Honda racing rider. We're expecting him to improve as the season goes on. Izam Iqbal is a very highly rated young racer out of Indonesia for the 1XOX TKR racing team. The lap times today are 1:40.4. He's nearly 1.8 seconds off the pace being set by the pole sitter Andy Farid. Kondanai for 13th position out of Thailand on the Honda CBR 600 for the East NJT racing team. And then Yanasorn, brand new name for me, Yanasorn Yanapan for Thailand, Yamaha high-speed Hung modified racing team. Those two way off the pace. They're probably two outliers in this particular race. They're also doubling up for racing in another event at the same track. As our cameraman is told, get out of the track. I like that one. If I understood Thai, I'm sure there was a swear word in there. Nonetheless, here we are. We're just about ready to go. This is a top class Asian field. This is the kind of field that the ARRC has been building towards. Andy Farid and Nakarin and Ratapong. You've got champions, people with experience in Europe and on the world circuits, people who are used to winning points, people who are used to winning. We start with Andy Gilang, Astra Honda Racing, in pole position. He and Nakarin, they call him Chip for Honda Racing Thailand, and Ratapong Willarot from Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, all lapping under 1:39. Helmi Asman, Bunshu Honda, alongside Irfan Ardianta and Ibrahim Noruddin. Three highly competitive racers on the second row of the grid. Once we come into the third, Kritchapon, Kanatat and Galang Hendra. To see Galang Hendra Pratama solo down. He's another very capable racer, the Yamaha Racing Indonesia, if his bike plays well, of getting up into the top three. Fairosi in P10 alongside Karolid Mpawi. Welcome back, Karolid Mpawi. He's not as old as you think. He seems to have been around a long time. Alongside Karolid Mpawi had Izam Iqbal, and completing the 14 starters, Kondanai and Yanasorn. The two flankers, the two outliers. Brand new camera we've got for you as well. We're on the circuit, and it's brilliant to get this innovation. Just to give you an idea of the speeds and how competitive it is on there. I'm just trying to work out who we're on board. So there's your 14 starters. So Galang Hendra Pratama is the man who we are on board with. So he's starting P9. I'd love to see what kind of a start that he does get. Just playing with one or two new toys that the production team at ARRC have got their hands on. So in this race, there's probably 5 or 6 riders very capable of taking the victory. As Kanatat probably isn't one of those, but yeah, no, so many things can happen, particularly on this corner 12. And if, as expected, we're 4 or 5 going into the final corner, then it could be highly congested. So here's the shot for Galang Hendra. It's on the front of his bike. He'll be hoping that there's only track in front of him by the latter stages of this race. We're all just about ready to go. Barry Russell joins us back into the commentary box. Quick thoughts on the interviews and the mood on the amongst the riders, Barry?
Yeah, Andy Farid, cool, calm, collected, confident, as you'd expect. Chip Nakarin, full of smiles, and really happy to be back here. He lives, I think, less than 100 kilometers from here. And Ratapong, business-like.
We are underway, and it's a solid start from Andy Gilang. Andy Farid gets us underway with a nice, tidy little start, and he's taken Chip Nakarin and Ratapong with him. 1, 2, 3 have got away in 1, 2, 3, but there's a faller right down at the back. Is it one of the Yamahas? Is it Izam Iqbal who's fallen? He slid away from his bike. It was, for a horrible moment, I thought he was going to get caught under his bike, because that was a high-speed crash. We'll have a look on that. It's a non-starter for Azroi Hakim Anwar, by the way, from the Bunshu Honda Racing Team. He didn't get a mention. An early crash going on there. At the start, it's serenity, though. Andy Faridid's got off to a great start, Barry.
Yeah, he did, and he's just being... I think that was Izam, as you said, who went down. But perfect start for this campaign for Andy Farid Izdiha, and Chip Nakarin in a good position there too. He'll take his time a little bit. Two very experienced Honda riders, one from Thailand, Nakarin, and of course Andy Farid Izdiha, or Andy Gilang as his fans know him in Indonesia.
I never know which one to call him. Andy Farid is his proper name, and we're proper people here. Here's the crash. It's right at the very, very back. As the front guy's got away very neatly, and he's just clipped, isn't he? His front end is just clipped. It's Fairozi, Yamaha Racing, Indonesia.
He was very lucky not to get hit by another bike then. That was really breathtakingly, in the worst way, breathtakingly close.
Nakarin will be leading as we come over the line at the end of the first lap. So Andy Farid then retakes it back from Nakarin. Ratapong just managing to hold on. Helmi Asman's done well to hold on into P4. Ibrahim Noruddin down in P5, but those front four beginning to break away. Izam Iqmal, I thought he'd fallen, but instead Izam has made a terrific start, and he's got it from P12 to be now in P6 at the end of lap 1, Barry Russell.
Yep, and we got Ibrahim Noruddin running in 5th currently. Irfan down in 7th. Maybe we'd expect him to make his way up the order, but Andy Farid keeping it very much according to plan at the moment. And yeah,
he's looking very quick, Andy Farid, isn't he?
Yeah, and I'm pleased with the way that Helmi Asman is latched onto these as well.
Well, the Ratapong and Helmi look like they are hanging on just a little bit, because Chip Nakarin and Andy Farid are setting up a torrid pace for the front two. The Astra Honda Racing and the Honda Racing Thailand competitors, but the Yamaha of Ratapong and the Bunshu Honda of Helmi Asman just hanging there. That's high quality. If Ratapong and Helmi are hanging on, those front two are quick.
Yeah, they're very quick. One of the interesting things this season, Des, has been the performance of the Hondas. Of course, this is a new Honda CBR 600 RR, and it's performing really well. Last time we were here at Chang International Circuit, it was all about Yamahas if you wanted to win. As they go through turn 12, nice and tidily.
And Helmi Asman's got himself up into P3. He just braked a little bit later than Ratapong, and Ratapong knows this circuit very well, so that tells me Helmi was pretty quick then. So Andy Farid from Nakarin, from Helmi, from Ratapong, they're the front four. The second group led by Ibrahim Noruddin from SIC Racing. He's dragging along Irfan Ardianta, Kritchapon, Izam Iqmal and Galang Hendra, who's not been able to make any headway. Neither has Karel Idampawi. So it's a group of 4 followed by a group of 7, including Kanatat Jaiman.
Yeah, battles going on further towards the back as well, with Kanatat and Pawi and Kondanai, I think that was. But the action at the front is unpredictable, I would say, and I'm not surprised to see 4 or 5 riders competing for the podium spots.
Supersport 600, this is the second group. Ibrahim Noruddin from SIC Racing leading the way. What were they lapping? He's lapping a 140.6 last time out, which is a full second down, or 8/10 down on the group in front of them. So I think those front 4 are going to pull away. Helmi Asman just did a 1:39.725, fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, great performance by Helmi. He struggled a little bit with injury last season that we were here, 2019. But
decade.
Yeah, all that time ago, it was a different time.
Andy Farid still leads the way from Chip Nakarin. Helmi Asman in P3. Ratapong still holding on. So those front 4, I think it's just a case of them holding on, making sure they don't get dropped off the front end, as Helmi had a look on the inside of Chip Nakarin. You're a big fan of Chip?
Yes, I've known him for a long time. He's a real gentleman, as well as a very talented racer. He's had his struggles with getting support and sponsorship and so on, but he's a real good ambassador for the sport and for Thai motorsport, as we just see him pushed down into 3rd by Helmi Asman, who's really on fire this race.
He certainly is. One Bunshu Honda doing very well. Azrai Hakim Anwar didn't get a start, but the Bunshu Honda, we're used to them being at the top of the 600cc's for 6 years in a row. They were actually the champions, Bunshu Honda. the days of Zakwan, and then the Superbikes came in, and now they're going through a bit of a renaissance. But he's right on the back there of the Astra Honda of Andy Farid Idzahar. These front four still doing pretty well. Andy Farid 3/10 clear of Chip Nakarin, but not being able to pull away Andy Farid.
No, he can't make a break. That was probably in his mind. Helmy's, let's see what Helmy can do now. He still has the fastest lap, I believe.
Certainly. I was fascinated in your interview beforehand. You said to Andy, are you feeling the pressure? His answer was no. He was confident, he's on the mark, he's focused. I love answers like that from athletes.
Yeah, but I may stop asking closed questions.
Yes, indeed. But it was good because very often they'll say, they'll put it aside, or they'll say, yes, you know, the pressure's a little bit there. But that was a definitive no. Andy Farid still leads the way. We are 1/3 of the way through this race. Helmy Asman 2, Chip Nakarin 3, Ratapong Willerot still holding on in 4. The differential between them and P5 is quite considerable, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Ibrahim and Irfan also lapping in the 139s, as is Gritchapur, but they're not in contention at this point.
Lovely slide overtaking manoeuvre from Ratapong Willerot around the hairpin. Needs to be careful not to get dropped, Ratapong, because that's half a second gap between Helmy and Ratapong in P2 to P3. And that can easily grow. While there's a slipstream, while you've got a little bit of help, and it looks like they're getting a bit of help, you take it while you can. But you lose that slipstream, it can really impact.
Yeah, and now they're into the infield technical section. Let's see if Ratapong can close that gap and be in a better position to catch some draft next time they get onto the fast sections.
Still remains Andy Farid. He's led from the start. He was fastest in qualification. He's been fast all the way through practice, as you quite rightly said in the interview. Helmy Asman in P2 has also impressed. Nakarin is in 4th with Ratapong there in P3. Ratapong Willerot closing in. So, right, Helmy Asman goes on the inside and says to Andy Gilang, I fancy a bit of this, you know. I fancy leading this race. He doesn't, or maybe he does, he's alongside, but that's a bold and confident statement.
That was very bold, showed that Helmy's confidence is back. We were used to seeing it in Underbones. Of course, he leapfrogged the 250 class to go into 600s, and he was quick, but not quite quick enough, had some injuries, but now he's on this new Honda, and I exchanged fist bumps with him on the grid, and he had that big positive grin back on his face.
Having just given him the big thumbs up, though, he's gone from 1st to 3rd because Ratapong's come on the inside on the Yamaha. But it was a statement from Helmy Asman. His last lap of 1:39.8. The fastest lap belongs to Ibrahim Noruddin, who's in P5. He's broken away from Irfan, and Ibrahim Noruddin just posted a 1:39.5.
Yeah, running on his own there between the two groups. Let's see if he can close the gap. It'll be a bit of an ask.
Heck of an ask, but there's still a long time to go. Still a long way to go, Barry.
Yep, and he's capable of it, and I think he believes he's capable of it, just looking at that body language.
Isam Iqbal has dropped down to P11 on his step up to the Supersport 600s. Some big names: Karolidon Powie in P9, Galang Hendra Pratama P8, Pritchborn 7, Irfan Ardiansa in P6, and they hardly get a look in because these front four plus Ibrahim Noruddin have been so convincing.
Yeah, and here comes Ibrahim.
It's only 1.4 seconds between 4th and 5th. He has closed that gap, as Ibrahim. If he's able to latch onto the back, it's a 12-lap race, by lap 9 or 10? He's got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely he has.
It's a big if, though, as you said. New race leader is Ratapong Willerot. How long for? Helmy Asman decides that he comes out the slipstream. Helmy wants a bit of this lead. So, having led for so long, Andy Farid suddenly finds there's plenty of company for him as the man who's...
Is that Critchapon?
It looks like Critchapon. Is it the Astra Honda?
I think it's the Thai Honda. Let's wait for that to be confirmed. Okay, so
See the incident, but back at the front, Andy Farid says, no, boys, I want to be leading here. I'm the name here. You've got to listen to me. But Ratapong will say, no, this is my track. Helmi Asman will say, well, I'm one of the best in Southeast Asia. And Chip will quietly say, I fancy this as well.
yeah, this is my home.
Look at this, Ibrahim Noruddin. Ibrahim Noruddin has closed that gap. 4 to 5 is less than a second now.
Yep, he's got time. He's got time to make a difference for the podium positions, that's for sure.
This is very good. Ibrahim Noruddin, the two brothers, they normally race against each other for the same teams, but now he's a little bit isolated on his own. But he's closing in on the back of Chip Nakarin, bike 41, as Helmi Asman leads as they come through at the end of lap number 6.
Yeah, Chip looks like he's working hard to stay in contact with those first three. But let's see, as the tyres change their characteristics a little bit at this stage of the race. They are, of course, all running this new Dunlop front tyre, which gives them extra stability and grip under braking, allows them to brake deeper into corners.
Well, just see the power there of Andy Faradi Zaha. Extra Honda Racing Team set themselves up quite nicely, but Bunsu Honda know how to use this bike as well. Everyone's raving about the new Honda, the CBR 600 and the 1000. They're going nuts over.
Yeah, they are. And the Bunsu Honda team, if you compare it with what's happening in World Superbike, Bunsu Honda have really got that new bike sorted out in a way that other international Honda riders have not.
Ibrahim Noruddin is still closing on the back of that. 5 laps to go. He's in this mix. It was 4, it's now 5.
Yep, and Chip Nakarin is going to feel the hot breath. All the breath, by the way, is hot out there.
It is pretty warm. That's one of the joys of commentary. You do get a little bit of air conditioning. Feet up, smoking a cigar while everybody else works hard. Helmi Asman working particularly hard just to try and close in on Andy Farid Idzahar. Ratapong in P4 actually, dropped behind Chip Nakarin. But it's Andy Farid still leads the way as they come round the corner. It'll be 4 laps to go for these 5 competitors to try and sort it out amongst themselves, because Mohammed Ibrahim Noruddin has just posted a 140.3, which is Noruddin now goes past Chip, and Chip Nakarin's got a problem. His engine's blown. Chip Nakarin is out. Ratapong Willerot is out.
Yeah.
Yamaha has blown.
Yeah, you saw him slow just then, and then that ominous blue plume of smoke coming out of the back. Hopefully there's no oil on the track. That would be really disappointing. But now there's 3 fighting for the podium places. Andy Farid Izdihar has kept his nose in front all the way through.
Ibrahim Noruddin was caught up in the angst for Ratapong as his engine blew.
Look at this. Chip making a move into turn 5.
There is Ratapong.
That's a disappointing start to the season. 0 points for Ratapong Willerot. And you can see the body language there. Enough said.
Well, Ibrahim Noruddin, I keep looking at him. If he can get close enough. So he was held up by Ratapong, but he's got himself back in fairly close to Helmi Asman. Andy Farid 27, Nakarin 41. You've got Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. But the man leading the way is now Nakarin.
Yeah, that was nicely timed by him as the tyres go off. And you can see in the last couple of times he went round turn 12, he had that line exactly right, really tidy, really quick.
Slow laps from Andy Farid, a 141.3 slow comparatively, but a full second down on Chip Nakarin. And Chip Nakarin is now pulling, he's got a half-second lead. Wow. Has he timed this right, or...
It looks like he has. Let's see. A lot can happen in 3 laps.
Ibrahim Noruddin is still clinging on into P4. Ratapong Willerot is out of the race, as is Fairozi, as is Krichapong. So 4 casualties out of the, 14 starters. Azroy Hakim never made it to the start line. Yanason and Kondanai, as we expected, are struggling down at the back. Carolyn Powey's got himself up into P5, but this is the real battle, 1 through 4. There's 2 3/4 laps to go. Chip Nakarin leads from Andy Farid, Idzahar, Helmi Asman and Ibrahim Noruddin.
Yeah,
1 tenth per second.
Ibrahim has twice caught this group up, once on his own and once after getting slightly caught up with Ratapong's engine blow-up.
But Nakarin seems to be accelerating away. His last lap time of 1:43.95. Lap times are going down, which suggests that the tyres are just beginning to wear, and you've got to be a little bit more careful.
Absolutely. So watch these two very experienced international riders going through. They're on the same tyres, they're on the same bike. Same manufacturer anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nakarin from Andy Farid, Helmi and Ibrahim Noruddin. It's been a brave effort from Ibrahim Noruddin, but with only 2 laps to go, I don't think he's close enough. It'll be sensational if he is able to get there. Further down, it's Izam, Kandanai and Yanason. That's the battle for 9, 10, 11. Izam Ikmal on his debut on the Supersport 600s.
Yeah, good for them, and they're lapping in the 1:43s.
But this is the front, and those front 2 have made a move, and poor old Ibrahim Noruddin has been dropped. Even Helmi Asman is struggling with this pace.
Yeah, the 2 at the front, more experience. They both had experience at world level. Helmi Asman, this is a really good race for him, I would say. If he does manage to hold on to 3rd, that's going to be a really good result for him and a good portent for the rest of the season.
But he's got some work to do, because Ibrahim Noruddin has made such a determined effort to get close to the front 4 that Ibrahim won't be giving this up, and that's the character of Ibrahim Noruddin as well. He likes to get on podiums. That's the Noruddin family trademark, and the SIC racing team will be working hard in the background. But we come into the corner number 12 for the penultimate time. Next time this will be a race into the checkered flag. Look over the shoulder for 41. Nakarin, Chip Nakarin leads from Andy Farid Idzahar. Andy Farid, though, looks like he's got a nice little bit of slipstream to work with there. And Helmi Asman's been able to get close, but he's 4 tenths down. Lose it on the long drag.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. But any mistake from these 2, as the prayers are said there in the Honda Racing Thailand garage.
Now then, Andy Farid makes a move inside Chip, but Chip does the switch back to retake it back.
Oh, that was beautifully done. Chip Nakarin's bike control has never been in doubt. Anybody who's searched for Chip Nakarin on YouTube will see an incredible save that he did while racing in Moto 3.
He's hoping that there's no save ready as the pit crews look on. They look as tense as the racers out on the track. This is a good race. Chip Nakarin 41. He's leading at the moment, but Andy Farid has got, as you say, quite rightly, he's got rich experience. You can't spend so much time in Europe and on the world scene and not learn a trick or 2 about how to finish races. Behind them, Helmi Asman just being dropped a little bit under pressure for Ibrahim. For Helmi, it's a case of holding on to a podium. What you call? I'm going to ask you to make a call, Barry Russell.
Okay, Chip Nakarin's going to hold on to this and take the win for Thailand, Thai Honda. His line through turn 12.
This is the line through turn 12.
This is it, Andy Farid's.
Oh, Andy Farid, he's barged him off. Andy Farid, who can hold on?
Oh, no!
Chip has slid off, and Andy Farid takes the victory from Helmi Asman, Ibrahim Noruddin, Irfan 4th, Carolyn Powey will come into P5. Chip Nakarin slides off, gets back up on the bike, will pick up some points, but I tell you what, he was barged off, Barry Russell, and that's aggressive racing from Andy Farid.
Yeah, he blocked him. I don't think there was anything untoward about that move. But let's go and have a word with the winners.
So Barry Russell will head down towards the Parc Ferme to talk with Andy Farid Idzahar, who from pole position said he was confident, has gone and produced a victory, but it was a dramatic victory where there was contact on our infamous Buriram corner number 12. That has helped him to victory. It means that Chip Nakarin, who was competing for P1, ends up in P7 and will pick up 9 points. But Andy Farid Idzahar, Andy Gilang to his supporters, is the race winner for Astra Honda Racing Team. Helmi Asman for Bunshu Honda, a very, very good P2 for him. Ibrahim Noradin for SIC Racing, a solid P3. Ratapong Willarot, his engine blew. Krichapon went out. Fairozi crashed. Azroy Hakim Anwar didn't finish. So we expected it to be a really, really competitive Super Sport 600, and that's exactly what we've got. Smiles in the crowd. It's a healthy crowd at the Buriram Chang International Circuit. For the third race already, we have had drama on the last corner. There it is, Chip Nakarin, number 40, just leans too much, knows he has to try to get onto the inside of Andy Farid. That means Helmi Asman and Ibrahim Noradin can race through. Irfan Ardiansa and Karolid Mpawi and Galang Hendra also made it through before Nakarin was able to get back up on his bike and finish in P7. So, confirmation of the results. Andy Farid Izdahar takes the win. 4/10 clear of Helmi, who's 5/10 clear of Ibrahim Nuruddin. Irfan, a bonus P4. Karolid Mpawi, solid, did well for Bunshu Honda Racing. 3 seconds down, P5. His season will improve. Galan Hendra is good. Chip Nakarin in P7 did well to recover. Izam Iqmal and Kondanai finishing 32 seconds down. That was a good battle between those for P9, which Izam won. Yanasom finishing 11th. Everybody else, Ratapong, Krichapon and Fairozi, didn't finish the race. Azroy Hakim Anwar didn't even start. So there is your race winner. He was confident beforehand, he's confident now, and I believe he's about to talk to Barry Russell, who has nipped out from the commentary box, and let's see what they've got to say. Got to get the Dunlop branding on. The tyres held well. And Andy Farid now talking to Barry Russell.
And we're down here with the winner, Andy Farid Izdahar. Andy, before the race, you were sounding confident. It pretty much went to plan, but you had a stiff challenge from Nakarin. Talk us through what happened on the last corner.
This race was for sure very hot. I was a little bit difficult to manage the tire because normally during the test and also yesterday practice, we have a good pace in this condition, but today in the race was a little bit difficult to keep the pace. But everybody trying. Helmi, Nakarin trying to attack, but we are come back to the P1, and this is a very hard race, and everybody is high level also. So just happy for this victory, and tomorrow we have race too, so we cannot be relaxed, and we want to do the same like today for tomorrow race too.
Andy, that was a fantastic race. Thank you. And that's it from Parc Ferme.
So there's our race winner for the Supersport 600cc first race of the season, Andy Farid Idzahar from Astra Honda Racing Team. He was fastest in qualification. That put him on pole position. Let's have a look at the highlights of the race that we've just seen. Best of the highlights from the Supersport 600cc first race of the season in the Asian Road Racing Championships. Andy Farid from Astra Honda Racing, bike number 27 on pole, getting off to a great start, but right at the back, Fairozi Torakatullah was taken out. It just looked like he lost the front end a little bit and then got caught. Very fortunate not to be run over by subsequent bikes. But then it developed into a four-way battle up at the front. Andy Farid, Helmi Azman from Malaysia, occasionally getting into the front for Boonshu Honda. Also involved in that was Ratapong Willarot in the blue Yamaha. But always you just felt that Andy Farid would have enough to hold on. Nakarin was the main rival though, bike number 41, just in fourth place there as Ibrahim Noruddin managed to get onto the tail of the front four and then into the final lap. There was a switchback movement there from Nakarin. He was looking good. He was leading. Co-commentator Barry Russell thought that Nakarin would hold on, but into corner number 12, and he edged his way onto the inside, took pole position, did Andy Farid, and spinning out and sliding off the track was Chip Nakarin, who recovered to finish up in P7. But the race win goes to Andy Farid. Let's have a look at that once again. It was all about position, able to hold him off. He held the line. Nakarin knew that he had to take a gamble, couldn't get enough purchase on the tyres and just slid off on the front end. Disappointment on the varying emotions between the two various pit crews. Andy Farid Idzahar from Indonesia, Astra Honda Racing, taking maximum points. Chip Nakarin, shake of the head, but there's applause for him as well. He was involved in a terrific battle with the eventual race winner, and you suspect that's not the only battle that these two are going to have this season. So the victory and the applause for Andy Farid Idzahar. Helmi Azman would take P2 ahead of Ibrahim Noruddin. And these are the live pictures as the top three have a selfie circa 2022. All got the masks on, that's good news for them. As we try to get the riders just a little bit of shade and then up into the presentation area. Andy Farid Idzahar picking up maximum points, and he just did seem to have that little bit of extra oomph going into that final corner. Knew that if he could get on the inside, he'd just be able to force Chip Nakarin, who's got a lot of experience himself. He could just force him around the outside. So Ibrahim Noruddin rode a very, very good race to come in P3. Several times he got onto the back end of the leading group. Helmi Azman was actually in the lead on several occasions. He will pick up P2. So Malaysia pretty happy with their day's work, a 3 under 2. Helmi Azman for Boonshu Honda. But the race winner, quick thoughts by Russ before the national anthem, Andy Farid Idzahar.
Yeah, it went to plan for Andy Farid Idzahar. He did struggle with the tyres, but he did the job on the final turn, as I heard you saying, as I got back into the commentary box.
Team award to Astra Honda Racing Team. We will have the Indonesian national anthem. Second time today, the Indonesian national anthem has been played. Confirmation of the result. Andy Farid Isdahar takes the victory. Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, he's been a busy fella today, handing out the prizes. He's just relieved, like all of us, Barry Russell, to be back racing. And we've had some high-quality racing in the first 3 races so far, and still the big boys still to come.
Absolutely, yeah. Stefan Karapier, known to most of us as Mackie. He was in Lombok last week for MotoGP.
Confirmation, Andy Farid, another Indonesian, as that Lombok circuit is a great addition to the international circuit. Helmi Azman in P2. And third, Ibrahim Noruddin. You've got to admire the persistence of Ibrahim. He chased, he was in a group of 7, he won that one, he got onto the end of the back of the 5, did really well.
Full marks for tenacity.
My apologies. Tanasiri, the managing director of Chang International Circuit, handing out the helmet. Sorry, Ibrahim.
Yeah, Ibrahim, you could see, you talked about it earlier in the race, and you really saw some tenacity for the way that he got onto that leading group, then lost it again, then came back again. So they hand out the KYT helmet prizes.
He's a stubborn fella, Ibrahim. But I think we're seeing Andy Farid, he's really benefited going onto the world team and coming back into Asia, because that was, I don't know whether it was experience, but it was a solid performance just to hold on to that last corner. Helmi Azman picking up P2. Ibrahim Noruddin, a stubborn P3. Irfan Adionsa benefiting in P4. That's worth 13 points. Khalid Parry benefiting for 11. Galan Hendra coming in P6 for 10 points. Naka, into his credit, getting up and going over the line with his shoulders slumped. Izam Ikmal, I like this young kid. One XOX TKR racing team had a difficult weekend, but they picked up points with Izam. Konadai and Yanason completing the point scoring. The other 4 did not finish the race. Ratapong, Blue and Engine. So drama galore. Corner number 12 has been the story of the day. It's been the story of this circuit. We've got one more big story to tell you when we come back after the break. We've got the Superbikes, the 1000cc from the Asia Road Racing Championship. Join us for the finale after this short break. A very warm welcome back to the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're at the Chang International Circuit, as you can read, in Buriram, in the northeastern part of Thailand. It is a fabulous circuit. We've had 3 excellent races on our return to the Asia Road Racing Championship. We sadly missed the whole of 2021. We only had 1 race in 2020, our last full season 2019. So we're thrilled to be back with some high quality racing. And that's exactly what we've had in the first 3 races so far today. We've had Underbone 150, we've had AP 250, we've had a Super Sport 600. Now we're on to the big boys, the 1000cc bikes. And earlier on today, there was qualification for the 1000s. Let's have a look at the best of the action from that. This is the action from the 1000cc Superbikes qualification. And we've got a really high quality cast of racers. The likes of Titipong, Guadacon, Ting Note as they call him, is a bit of a hero. He made a surprise decision to join the Ducati Access Plus Racing Okada team alongside TJ Alberto from the Philippines. But Ting Note is right back in. He used to be with the Kawasaki team. And there is Ting Note Titipong. It's a truly high quality field that we've got here. Titipong will be on the 2nd row of the grid. He finished in P2. We've got 12 starters. Yuki Ito is part of that. TJ Alberto finished in P11. That is Ting Note's teammate. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, a former 600 champion, in P10. Adam Noradin, brother of the Ibrahim Noradin, who's just come 3rd in the Super Sport 600cc. Zakwan Zaidi, though, is the fastest. So Zakwan is a former 600cc champion, and Zakwan is riding the Honda CBR 1000 Triple R, and he's been on this for the best part of a year and loving and learning every time he's going out onto the circuit. So Zakwan Zaidi is really the man to beat, but there's real quality in this field. Titipong, Anupab, Apiwat, Haruki Noguchi, Pasawit, Kazma Daniel, Yuki Ito, Jerry Salem, a former 250cc champion, Adam Noradin and TJ Alberto. There are some solid racers out in this 1000cc category. Calm before the storm, we believe. Nice fluffy clouds suggest that there's not going to be any rain. We were wondering if there was going to be rain because there was a thunderstorm around about this time yesterday, but the circuit is looking lovely and clear and warm. And this is the 12 corners that they have to deal with. You've got long straights from the start line onto the back straight, round corner number 3, and then back down into the technical part of the course. So we're on board here with Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan is one of the, he's going to be on pole position actually, Zakwan, alongside Titipong and Haruki Noguchi, who we didn't really spend a lot of time talking about. Haruki Noguchi is a really good story. As we just have a look, where are we? We're coming around to corner 7. Onto the, sorry, that's corner 10. And then there'll be a little chink into 11, and then onto the back straight. And this is when you've just got to be brave. Corner number 11, and then you wait and you wait and you wait. You leave your braking just as late as you possibly can as you come into corner number 12. And then this is where there's been so much activity throughout the whole lifetime of this Buriram circuit. But you leave the braking late, you hit the apex as tight as you possibly can, and then you get the back end spinning and sprint through to the finish line. So that is on board with Zakwan Zaidi, who will be on pole position for the 1000cc Superbikes. And Zakwan will be one of the people we're talking to in just a moment, where Barry Russell again has departed from the commentary box and will be just finding a little bit of information. But I'm really, really looking forward to this. You've got champion of Philippines, TJ Alberto, former champion of Malaysia, Aslan Shah, Adam Noradin, who's a very, very capable racer, as is Kazma Daniel, a young racer, Anuparban Apiwat, who for Yamaha, they're almost joined at the hip, Jerry Salim, a former 250 champion at ARRC, a Japanese winner, Haruki Noguchi, just 21 years of age, and the experience of Titipong Guadacon to help TJ Alberto improve, as well as Zakwan Zaidi. So let's go down to Barry in the pit area, and let's see who we can be talking to.
Thank you, Des. And we're down on the grid with Zakwan Zaidi, the pole man. Zakwan, you've been fast all week, but most importantly, how does it feel to be back in Asia Road Racing Championship after a long, long break?
Yeah, I'm really happy we come back again in Asia after 2 years. And I'm quite happy also because I have get the rhythm after long rest. But for sure, this race we try to aim win, and we try our best for give the best for the team. And thanks for support us.
Absolutely, and your great championship rival, Aslan Shah, is still here. He's still in the championship. What are you expecting from him?
Yeah, I expecting maybe for the next race maybe he coming better and better because maybe he a bit struggle. I see from the testing and then the qualifying, but I believe he also the fast rider.
Yeah, and who do you think? Who else might challenge you today?
Beside me, Titipong, and also I think the Yamaha tyre also very strong. So hopefully we try to make some strategy and also try to win.
Zakwan, thank you and good luck. As you heard with Zakwan Zaidi, he's looking pretty relaxed on the grid. Let's run across to P3 and talk to one of the sensations this week, I have to say, of the championship, Haruki Noguchi, if we can find him. Where is he? There's a bit of a scrum here. You can see, here's the bike, the SDG on the CBR 1000 RR. And we're looking for the man himself. Ah, he's sitting over by the wall in the shade, very sensibly. Let's go and see him. There he is, looks ready, looks relaxed, he's having a good time. Haruki Noguchi, can we have a word? Haruki, it's been great to see you in this championship. We've been watching you this week get faster and faster. You look like you've been enjoying yourself. What's it like to be in the ARRC? What's your target for this season?
For this season, now I don't know the target for this championship because of everything is fast for team and also like for me, I don't know, some track I don't know. So we will see the step by step and coming better for the result.
And you've been to Chang International before on a Moto 3 machine. How different is this?
In the Asia Talent Cup, the bike is not so fast, but some corner I think faster than this 1000. But 1000 have more power, so the feeling is big different, like brake, engine, something. But now coming better, so I will try to follow the top group.
That's fantastic. Haruki, welcome to ARRC and good luck. So there you have the 21-year-old reigning Supersport, All Japan Supersport champion. Just looking for Titipong Warakon. Not sure where he is. Let's just take a look around the grid. And we need to clear the grid, so we're just going to move down here. And so we're going to go back to Des in the studio.
Thank you very much, Barry. They're not making it easy for you. Riders disappearing left, right, and centre. Hiding behind umbrellas, hiding under pit walls. Ting Note will get out there eventually, but I tell you what, nobody was more surprised than Barry Russell and the camera when the riders were not there. So good job in finding it. But Zakwan Zaidi gave us some real insight into his thoughts and what a high-quality field it is. And this field includes the likes of Kazma Daniel. Kazma down in P7. He is within 0.7 of a second of Zakwan Zaidi in terms of qualification, and he's down in P7. Very, very good racer. Oh, who's that? Who's the Ducati? It's the Ducati of Ting Note. Oh, Titipong Guadacon's Ducati comes very, very late onto the starting line. Oh, he's not being allowed in. Oh, he's not being allowed in. Oh, gosh. No, the race directors are saying no, and you can look at the anguish on the pit crew's faces there. So pit exit's already closed, and so Ting Note is going to have to start from the pits if he's allowed to start at all. That is a big, big blow. P2 for him. Shake of the head, but rules are rules, and they're there for a reason. So, gosh, the Ducati team on his debut. He's pleading, but I don't think the pleading will get him very far. Having put in a lap time of 1:35.398 as well, to be starting so far behind is just devastating for him. Meantime, the likes of Passowit, Titi Vararak for the Estamo SI Racing with Thai Honda team. He's another on the Honda CBR. Oh, the crowd have come to see Ting Note amongst many. Pike 25, Aslan Shah, Kamru Zaman, one XOX TKR Racing team on the BMW. Former champion, but down in P10. They've had problems. And then next to Aslan Shah, we hope, will be TG Alberto. I'm just reliant upon what I'm seeing in the camera crews, but the Ducatis of the Access Plus Racing team. Ting Note was late getting onto the start line and must start from the pit lane. Here is Titipong. Will be starting from the pit lane. Cameras have done well to catch up with him. He's an experienced enough campaigner to be able to deal with this setback, but a setback it absolutely is. He was getting up to speeds of close to 300 kilometers an hour on the long straight. 296.1 was his maximum speed. Jerry Salem was fastest of all. He got up to 299 kilometers an hour on the long back straight as the Ducati work tried to get that bike operating. Tires staying warm. Ting Note needs to cool down. This is not what the Access Plus Racing team needed. You can almost sense the frustration, but there's nothing he can do. All he can do is wait. In the meantime, Adam Norridin. Let's have a look at Adam. He's down in P9 on the BMW. One XOX BMW TKKR team. He's the teammate of Aslan Shah, and he lapped faster than Aslan. 1:36.283. This is the story. And it doesn't look good, does it? It does not look good. Trying to power up the Ducati. If he can get it going, he will be allowed to start. but it'll be from the pit lane. And then the finger pointing will start. This is the first of 2 races, now and tomorrow. We're just waiting for official information just to ensure that he can start. We're thinking that he can, providing the bike can get going. But as he gets instructions, he's just having to work really hard to keep himself in the right mental frame of mind. On the grid. Right, here we go. There will be 3 bikes starting from the pit lane. The 2 Ducatis of TJ Alberto, as well as the Ducati of Titipong. And the 3rd bike starting from the pit lane will be Yuki Ito's Yamaha. He'd been having problems anyway and was lapping a full 2 seconds slower than Zakwon Zaidi. So problems for Access Plus Racing Team and their Ducatis. But assuming they can get their bikes fired up, they will be allowed to start. Barry Russell back alongside me in the commentary box as Ting Note or Titipong gets back out and determined stride, gets back onto his Ducati. And Barry, you were shocked when there was no Titipong in P2. And you were even more shocked when there was no Noguchi in P3. But you went on walkabout. But 3 races have got to start from the pit lane. And so for the Ducatis and the Philippine teams of Access Plus Racing, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I just stopped at the pit on the way back from the grid to see what happened, but there was confusion in the Access Plus pit. They're just doing as they're told now. But that's very disappointing because I think that Titipong versus Zakwon could have been a real good battle. But let's see what Titipong can do from pit lane.
You saw him on the extreme right there of the shot, of that wide shot from the end of the long straight. This will be a little bit disconcerting as well to the likes of Zakwon and Noguchi because they were expecting a quickish start, but there's been so much talk and chat, and Titipong tried to get into P2, wasn't allowed to get in. So the others have just got to focus on their races as we look at Jerry Salim alongside the Thai twins, Anupab and Apiwat. They're inseparable, the Yamaha Blue. Anupab 500, Apiwat 24.
Yeah, I suspect that Titipong's absence from the front row gives those 2 guys a little bit of a golden gate into this race. Let's see what happens.
They always seem to be racing together.
Yeah, very little to choose between these. As you probably will have seen, Des, in the BRIC Championship, there was nothing much to choose between them, just a handful of points after the season.
So coming out of the pit lane, the 2 Ducatis, they'll start from the back of the grid. So they've started the formation lap and they will be allowed to race. So that's good news. That's such a relief. But Yuki Ito, we didn't really talk about Yuki. So this is how the grid should have looked. Zakwon, who lapped 1:35.358, 400ths quicker than Titipong. Titipong will have to start from the back. Haruki Noguchi, I know you're really keen to see this rider who's come in from the All Japan Series. He's in P3. Jerry Salim, Anupab and Apiwat, 4, 5 and 6.
And number 7, Kazmadaniel, Kazmayuddin, Pasawit, looking confident on the grid, Adam Noruddin.
And then beyond them, you've got Aslan Shah, TJ Alberto, who'll be starting from the back, and Yuki Ito. Remember, Ito will always live in my memory for how he was so cruelly denied the 2014 championship on the last lap by Boon Chiwanda, the 600cc's. He's never been as close to a title since then. And he always seems to be the guy who's having a little bit of bad luck. He's an experienced guy now. He's in his 30s, his late 20s, early 30s, Yuki Ito. And you want another good season out of Yuki.
Yeah, you certainly do. He's certainly in there. I'm not sure that he's in quite the right headspace compete at this level right now. But of course, we're all willing him on, and hope that we will do. But I think what you'll see here is a kind of a two-part race, as Zakwan tries to get away from the Thai Yamahas, and as Titipong carves his way through everybody else.
Yeah, you can't write him off. It's probably too much to expect him to catch Zakwan from where he's going to be starting, but you cannot write him off.
Yeah, no. Last time you asked me who I fancied, it was Chip Nakarin, and he slid off, so I'm not going to say anything. But Titipong is a really strong, tough competitor, and you'll see the best of him from this setback. That's how he will respond to it.
Here's our pole sitter, Zakwan Zaidi. We've got the onboard camera with Zakwan. And he will have blank space next to him. That's the second race that's happened so far today where there have been problems getting the riders already. So Zakwan, space where Titipong should be, and Haruki Noguchi. Red lights are off. Zakwan is off to a flying start. Noguchi drops into P2, and behind them everybody is safely through. Jerry Salem's made a decent start. The Yamahas, Barry Russell, have got off to a decent start. Which one is it? Is it Apiwat who's got through, or Anu? No, it's 500, which is Anupab who's got through into P3.
Yeah, Anupab's got through, and watch him slide around. He slides into this turn 3.
Oh, big crash! Big crash at the back. Big crash. Is that TJ?
Oh, I think that's TJ.
TJ Alberto, bike number 77.
Oh, what a horrible day. What a horrible day for him.
So he joined in late on, TJ Alberto. He's just caught the back end of a bike in front of him. TJ Alberto, the Philippines champion, is out of that race. And up at the front, though, Haruki Noguchi has taken the lead ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. And Zakwan, I think you were suggesting, might want to go clear. As when we're looking for the replay, there it is, TJ Alberto.
I think he just tangled there with, I think that was Yuki Ito he tangled with. Unfortunately, that's the second time we've seen him in the gravel this time, and he is gutted. Sorry to see that Ducati in the gravel again. As the marshals do their work.
And that front wheel looked absolutely locked up. TJ Alberto's day is a very, very short day. Back at the front, though, let's have a look at 73. Haruki Noguchi. Look at that. Anupab has made a move on the inside. Sorry, Apiwat, 24. He's made a move. You called the Yamahas quite correctly. End of lap 1. Haruki from Apiwat, from Zakwan, from Anupab, from Salem, from Pasawit, from Aslan, Titipong up to P8.
Yeah, what I didn't expect was to see Zakwan in P3 at the beginning of lap 2. But it's going to make for a very interesting race. That was a bit of a golden gate for the Yamahas, that gap at the front. But here's the surprise package so far. And of this week, Haruki Noguchi, the 21-year-old All Japan Supersport champion.
Titipong's in this group. Titipong, despite all the drama, despite the fact that he had to start from the very back of the grid, despite the fact he was late arriving, he's not far away. He's a few seconds away, and Zakwan has gone wide there. Zakwan hasn't made the best of starts. Zakwan's down to P4, Jerry Salem in 5, and very soon Zakwan Zaidi will find Titipong Wanakorn on his tail. We're riding with Zakwan here. Not the stellar start we expected, Barry.
No, it's not, and it's not the biggest grid we've ever seen in this class, but my goodness, there are some plots and subplots to look at over the next 12 laps or so. And one of them is Titipong, who has just been pushed down, surprisingly,
by Aslan Shah.
By defending champion Aslan Shah. He's not finished. Oh no.
Isn't it superb? Apiwat Wangtanan has a look down the inside on the big beast, the superbike, the 1000cc. So Anupab for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, as we're on board with Zakwan, who's in P4. Both Apiwat and Anupab have gone ahead of him. Haruki Noguchi, though, who's moved from the All Japan Championships to join us on ARRC, the 21-year-old, was looking cool and calm and floppy-haired as he had his interview with you earlier on before, and he is driving away with Apiwat and Anupar being the only two sticking with him at this stage.
Absolutely, and Apiwat in particular will regard this as impudence by the young Japanese rider. How dare he go in front of him at his home track.
That's what he's done as Zakwan clings on in P4. Jerry Salem, Passawit and Titipong up into P7. Titipong is in this race. He is in this race. As you say, adversity brings the best out of the champions. As Titipong, bike number 100. As we look from the P4 position. This is the shot. It just shows you how hard the riders actually have to work and the physical condition they need to be, because these are big beasts to move.
Yeah, in that shot, that was after turn 5, which is a long tightening up left-hander, and then you have to muscle the bike over to the right side to get it into turn 6. It really is a physical effort.
Haruchi, the 21-year-old, still leads the way. It's 11 laps to go as he slams on the brakes, and there is Titipong, Ting Note as they call him, on the Ducati. There's one Ducati in there, and it's a powerful, powerful engine. Panigale V4 in P7 at the moment. He's trying to get up ahead of Jerry Salem, and he's got ahead of Adam Norodin. Passawit's ahead of him as well.
Yeah, good showing this from Passawit too.
25, Aslan Shah is out.
Oh, this is something we really didn't want to see.
So the BMW of Aslan Shah, it's a rather less spectacular exit than TJ Alberto's, but he's out of the race, Aslan Shah. And then there were 10.
Disappointing for him. Thai Yamahas are keeping Zakwan Zaidi at bay on the Asia Dream Honda. And Haruki Noguchi has held on to this lead virtually from the start. It's impressive.
As we go into the pits with the BMW, he's not a happy chap, is he? Not a happy fella, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. He's still competitive, he still wants the best. Takes a disgruntled sit down. I'm really interested to see where Ting Note is, where bike number 100 is. Number 100 in 7th place at the moment. He's ahead of Adam Norodin and Kazma Daniel. Yuki Ito there. What are they lapping? A 1:37.0 best lap. 2/10 quicker than anybody else from Noguchi.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Titipong hasn't got closer to the front than he already has, in fact. And of course, we don't know.
He's made a move there. He's made a move inside Jerry Salem. He's into the top 6 now.
Yeah, top 6. Let's see if he can get it hooked up for the rest of the race. There's no problem with his fitness. He's one of the fittest riders on this grid, without a doubt.
He's on the tail of Passawit as well. Passawit on the Honda. For the Estemo SI Racing with Thai Honda team. But there's a bit of a gap developing between 1, 2, 3, 4 and the Passawit group. So Titipong's got a chunk of work to do, Barry Russell.
Yes, he has. He's got he's got a bike in front of him, and then he has a gap to make up if he can make it. Like I said, we don't know what the problem was with that Ducati, or those Ducatis, that caused them to miss the window for exiting pit lane for the sighting lap.
What's he lapping at? He's just lapped at 1:36.9, so he's not far off the pace. He's only 3/10 off anybody else. Everybody is lapping in the 1:36s, apart from Yuki Ito, who's been dropped way off the back. Yuki.
Yeah, Yuki was involved in that crash with TJ Alberto, unfortunately.
The front 4 pulling away. Noguchi, who I know you've been looking for. You were talking him up big time for the Hard Pro team on this CBR 1000.
Yeah, it's just really interesting to see an unknown rider to this series come in, and nobody's told him that it's difficult to race with these guys.
He looked really chilled, sitting against the pit wall.
Absolutely. Do you know what? He reminded me of Noriyuki Haga sitting there. He always used to go off to the side and usually sit on a toolbox or something.
Titipong P5. Titipong P5 now then. And he's just lapped a 1:37.0, which isn't the quickest. He's losing a little bit of time. He's just leading that secondary group. So this group of 4 with Noguchi, still leading the way. Cool dude, Noguchi. And then the two Yamahas, they've got rope between those two Yamahas, I'm sure. And they're joined at the hip. Anupab and Apiwat, every category, 250s, 600s, and now on the superbikes, though Zakwan overtakes Anupab to move into P3 to separate the Brothers Grimm.
Yeah. Zakwan, I noticed a lap or so ago, was the fastest man on track. His last lap was 36.7. Yep. So he's making a move, and of course with his experience, as we get towards the halfway point, as the tyres start to go off, that's when experience will tell. Could tell from Titipong as well, and the two Thai riders, Haruki Noguchi. Let's see how he does on wearing Dunlops.
Passowit in P6 for Astemo SI Racing with Thai Honda. He's behind the Access Plus racing bike of Titipong Guadakorn, but this is the man still leading the way, Haruki Noguchi, Mark Pro, famous name in the world of two-wheel motorsports. And look at that, that's the Access Plus racing team. Go, go, Titipong. Love it.
Yeah, I'm sure that made a huge difference. But
blowing, whoo.
But you can't keep it in.
Certainly can't. What are we? We're on 7 laps to go. So we're approaching the halfway stage. Zakwan always likes to take that hairpin quite nice and tight and then use the full width of the track. There is the pit crew of the race leader, Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, he looked surprisingly relaxed. But it will be the second half of the race that perhaps will tell, because all the 3 riders behind him have got a great deal more experience. And let's remember, this is a superbike debut for the Japanese rider.
He's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. He was 3rd fastest, he 1:35.711. He was 3/10 down on the fastest lap of Zakwan Zaidi in qualification. Let's see what he can do here. He's leading a train. He's not been able to pull away. Zakwan and the 2 Yamahas are still imprinted in there. Curious to find out how far behind Titipong is. Titipong's just posted a 1:36.8, so he's posted the fastest lap. So it's only a second plus as Zakwan goes on the inside of Apiwat, and Zakwan Zaidi moves up into P2. Maybe conscious that Titipong might be making a move around about this stage.
Yeah, he was the name that sprang to Zakwan's mind when I asked him who he thought his main rival would be. He knows how strong Titipong was. Last time out when he was, of course, riding the Kawasaki. But it doesn't matter what bike you put under him.
Well, they say he helped TJ Alberto improve his lap time by best part of a second just by making a few alterations. TJ crashing out very, very early on here. We hope he's okay. He got up and was walking away, so TJ should be all right. But this is up the front. Noguchi leads from Zakwan Zaidi. And then you've got the Apiwat Anupab. I've got to call them the Yamaha twins because they are so close. But Titipong, Barry Russell, Titipong is closing. And there's still a long way to go. There's Titipong at the back of that group of 4.
That's the other thing about really experienced champions like Titipong, is that they don't rush. They don't rush themselves in these races. He knows he needs to make his tyres last as well as catch up with these guys, and he's doing it very nicely.
Passowit and Adam Noradin having a little battle for P6, but there is Titipong Guadakorn for Access Plus Racing on the Ducati. Great to see the Ducatis coming in. Interesting for Access Plus to not go with one of the Europeans, one of the Italians, but to use somebody who knows the Asian scene like the back of his hand, and of course has got world experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see what the gap looks like this time around.
Well, he took a really strange line on the Ducati. The gap behind this time, it's 1.1 seconds, so it didn't come down too much on that particular lap. But everybody's lapping, in fact it went up, didn't it? Everyone's lapping around about the 1:37.1, 1:37.2.
Yeah, that's right, early 1:37s, and still unflappable at the front, you might say, is Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, on the long straights, a second looks so long, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, absolutely. So let's see what they do on this long blast up to top speed. Talking about 295 kilometers an hour over a crest, and then pushing the bike down over to the left to get through this fast turn. You can see the length of the runoff there, which indicates just how fast the bikes are approaching that turn 4. And now into the technical section. The long left-hander we were talking about at turn 5. Knock the bike over to the right. And then another 2 right-handers to follow this one.
Titipong falling off the pace in P5. The 2 Yamahas of Anupab and Apiwat in 3 and 4. Zakwan still in pursuit of Haruki Noguchi. So Haruki Noguchi was happy to take on the leading role, but now he's coming under pressure. And this corner number 12 is when Zakwan leaves his braking as late as he can. Can he hold on? Ooh, he lost a little bit, but he's going to accelerate away. That's twice we've seen that happen.
Yeah.
You can't brake too late in these big beasts.
No, that's really nicely done. They're testing this new Dunlop front tyre that does allow them to brake harder and deeper with more stability. And you saw the back wheel of Zakwan's Honda right up in the air with as he pushed that front down into the tarmac. But here he comes again, Japanese.
So which one of the Yamahas has been dropped? So Apiwat has been overtaken by Titipong. So Apiwat has had a moment. Titipong is up into P4 on the Ducati. A little bit of a wobble from Zakwan as he tries to accelerate through. Let's have a look at the Apiwat moment. Bike number 500. Well, this is the Zakwan. Oh gosh, that back wheel, Barry. You've got to be brave. You've got to have strong wrists
and confidence.
Nerves of steel. Love it. So Tingnote then got up into P4 and then has lost it once again to Apiwat, who's won it back again, which suggests that Tingnote isn't operating at maximum capacity.
Yeah, just looking at those top 5 riders. Yeah, Apiwat, that's a slow lap for him because of the incident, but Titipong the slowest of the front 4.
So we've now got it down to a top 3. Noguchi still leads the way. He's been leading since the start, but Zakwan for the second time is looking to make a determined move, but the acceleration is there for Noguchi. They're on identical CBR 1000 triple Rs, so there's not much to choose between them. It's all on setup, and it's all then on rider bravery. As Noguchi again is seeing Zakwan have a look round the inside, and this time Zakwan does it and holds on, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I thought Haruki was going to switch to the right and inside, but he was blocked off by the wily Zakwan. He knows how to win a race, so let's see what the response is from the Japanese.
So that's his move. Has he gone too early? The Japanese response is very quick. The Japanese response is, oh, to leave the braking too late. The switchback this time from Zakwan. We're going to see a duel at 40 paces.
Maybe not 40 paces, Des.
40 centimetres. 4 centimetres.
That looks about right, I think.
Anupab still holding on in P3, while the front 2 duel, Anupab is just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, he's actually in a pretty good position now.
2 Hondas and a Yamaha. Apiwat holding on to P4. So, Titipong, what a corner, has dropped right the way down. Titipong down into P8 as Zakwan leads. There will be 2 laps to go here. We were so concerned about Titipong Wadakorn, but he's not going to really have an impact on this race on the Ducati. Zakwan is leading though. Zakwan, a 1:36.9 that last lap.
It's going to be difficult to take this away from Zakwan. He's been expecting the win, clearly, from what he said and what he's done on track all the way through.
They are right at the edge there, as Haruki Noguchi thought of trying to just dart down the inside, but this corner 12, you've got to be brave.
Yeah, keep it stable as well. So the brand new front Dunlop is getting a really good workout this weekend and in this race.
Everyone's on medium compact. Apiwat, interestingly, he's on a soft back wheel. Everybody else gone for the mediums.
Apiwat somewhere.
Oh, Noguchi goes through. Noguchi goes through. And then they're side by side, and Zakwan takes it back again. And then the switch back from Noguchi. And all the while, Anupab Samoon is just waiting in the wings.
So this is the last dry run for turn 12 coming up, Des. Let's see what happens.
Let's get ready to rumble as Zakwan goes on the inside. He leaves his braking late. Haruki Noguchi takes a tighter line. If it's that close when they go over the line next time, we could be talking thousands of seconds.
Absolutely. And as you said, Anupab, you can almost hear the theme music from Jaws with that very tough, combative Yamaha Thailand rider.
This is terrific. Titipong has got problems, I can tell you. He's down in P9 and way off the pace. But our focus is very much on this battle. 21, Zakwan Zaidi is on pole position and is leading the race. Brilliant effort from the Hard Pro Haruki Noguchi, both on the Hondas. But for the first time, Zakwan has just a little bit of a leeway. What's that, 20 meters, 10 meters? It's just a little gap, but the Hawk Pro immediately closed it down. Noguchi on the outside, tries the switchback, comes on the inside. This is where he took him last time. I won't ask you to make a prediction because it's too close, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a prediction here, but there he goes.
Noguchi has the lead and then just has a moment as he just runs wide, and that might be the moment that costs him the race. Because Zakwan Zaidi has got just that little bit of leverage that he needs. Just that little bit of space that he wants.
That's incredible.
But Noguchi's fought it back. Noguchi's right on the back wheel of Zakwan Zaidi. It's coming down to the final corner. Zakwan, 21, leads coming into the final corner. Noguchi tries to come on the inside and holds on for P2. But Zakwan takes the lead. Anupab gets 2 ahead of Noguchi, who performed miracles to hold on to that bike on corner number 12. Apiwat, Pasiwat, Kazma, Adam Noradin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Jerry Salim, 8. Brilliant effort from Haruki Noguchi. Did wonderfully well to hold on. But Zakwan Zaidi, Barry Russell, who is looking in shocked disbelief, has taken the win.
Yeah, I was breathless at that last corner, and Anupab came through. We said he was in a good position, and indeed he was. I don't think anybody was actually going to take that win, looking at the last few laps, away from Zakwan, given his experience and tenacity. But if you told Haruki Noguchi, would you be happy with a podium in your first race on a superbike in the Asia Road Racing Championship? He'd probably have taken it.
But going into the final corner, how he stayed on, how he held on to that beast of a bike, because his back end came away. He was nearly thrown up in the air, but he managed to hold on. But he lost P2 by 100th of a second.
Absolutely. Now I better run off back down to Parc Fermé.
Do hope you can have a chance to talk to Haruki Noguchi. Great work from Barry Russell in the commentary box. We'll be hearing from him in just a moment. But I'm a little bit breathless as well. We've had 4 fabulous races, all decided on the final corner of the final lap. On this particular occasion, the CBR 1000 for Zakwan Zaidi just holds on to take it. In the end, it's 0.5 of a second clear of Anupab Samoon. Haruki is just 100th down in P3. Apiwat and Pasiwat, two ties, 4 and 5. Kazma Daniel and Adam Noradin, the battle for Malaysia for P6. Gary Salim on the Honda CBR 1000 in P8. Titipong fell off the pace towards the end. We're not really sure what happened to Titipong, but Ducati had such a nightmare day that they'll be glad just to get some points. Yuki Ito finishing a minute down, and non-finishers were Aslan Shah, who went into the pits, and TJ Alberto, who crashed out very early on. Whoa, wow. What an occasion. As we come on board with Zakwan Zaidi as he comes into the Parc Ferme. And the congratulations from his team and his pit crew. The Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team. They picked up P1 and Jerry Salem has picked up P8 as well. But my word, he came under a real challenge from Haruki Noguchi. And if that's just a taste of what we've got coming up for the rest of the season, let's have plenty more races. We're at Sepang next, then we hope to go to Lombok. But Anupab Samu has got himself into P2. But what a performance from Zakwan. What a performance for the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team. Yeah, no wonder, backslapping galore. He was on pole position, didn't get off to the greatest of starts, but was always part of that leading four. He was happy to let Noguchi take the lead, take the responsibility. He was aware that both Apiwat and Anupar were close by. Apiwat had an issue, temporarily lost P4 to Titipong Guadacorn, but then Titipong's Ducati had real problems, possibly tyres, possibly power, having had to start from the very back of the bike. Okay, right, I think we can go over to Barry Russell and he'll be hopefully talking to Zakwan Zaidi or some of the top 3 finishers in what was a terrific 1000cc superbike race.
Haruki Noguchi, as I said before the race, welcome to ARRC. You led most of that race. It was a stunning performance. Tell us, how do you feel?
I feel this condition now in the race is start from almost 4 p.m. The track temperature very high, so I feel in the offshore test more temperature more low. So I think the lap time is not so fast, but I make some few group in the top. So I think not so bad today, but last lap I little bit mistake and I lose today. But finally I got podium. Is very happy for me. So thank you very much, my sponsor and my team.
Thank you, Haruki, and congratulations. That was fantastic. And we're here now with second place man Anupab Samun. Anupab, you stayed close to the front two. You stalked them for a lot of the race. Tell us about your race.
Yes, today my style, I want to put in front, but in the morning qualify, bike have some problem. We change just some part in the bike. Now it's no confidence a little bit. But I can follow to last lap. I see in the line, but 1 and 2 very fast in the straight. But today is okay on the 100cc because we stopped 2 years, come back again. I think tomorrow we have a new setting and a good setting for race 2. I think we can win.
That was a fantastic job, Anupab. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there you can see Anupab more than happy with that. And I guess under that mask you're smiling, Zakwan. this has been pretty much a perfect week for you. Talk us through the race because you had to do some work.
Yeah. It's actually first beginning so difficult to keep pace. I think maybe the temperature is very hot, and I also a bit different feeling with the bike, but it's okay. I just keep and maintain the behind the front of rider. But step by step, I try to pass rider, and especially in the last part, last final, maybe fight with hard pro rider, so very fast in the breaking point. But I just maybe I have mileage here, and I throw the skill and fight with him, and finally I win. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Zakwan. It's a fantastic race. Enjoy the aftermath.
Yeah, after this, it make me better.
Thank you, Zakwan. So you can see 3 riders extremely happy with the start. And we're going to go back to Des in the studio.
Good job, Barry. Highlights here from the 1000cc Superbikes. It is a 12 starters after real problems for Ducati, even more problems for TJ Alberto coming into the hairpin at the end of the long straight. His race was over. Both he and his teammate Tingnot, Titipong Wadakorn, as well as Yuki Ito, had to start the formation lap from the pit lane and then join the race from the very back of the grid. That meant that Tingnot was always chasing these top 4. 21 Zakwan side, he didn't make the best of starts, and what we had for a long time was leadership from Haruki Noguchi. Then, just coming into the second part of the race, Zakwan just experimented 1 or 2 places where he might be able to get the better of the young Japanese. That time it wasn't going to be, but you could see he was just trying to work out, how can I do this? How can I get past Noguchi? How can I work his tyres a little bit harder? Both are riding identical Honda CBR 1000 Triple Rs, and again with 2 laps to go, this is where he made his real move, and he closed the door on Haruki Noguchi. Noguchi here was trying to get back and just see how hard he has to work to hold on to the bike. Wait until you see the very last corner though. This is a little bit of rehearsal. Noguchi goes on the inside, but the switchback comes from Zakwan Zaidi as he just chases on the tail end of Noguchi. It was going to be a battle royale. Anupab Sarmun was waiting for one of them to make a mistake. 1 lap to go. Zakwan back into the lead. Noguchi trying his very best to get onto the back end and then onto the final corner. We knew it had come down to this. Zakwan slams on the brakes late. Noguchi just loses, somehow manages to stay on his bike, but loses P2 by 100th of a second to Anupab Sarmun. Api Watford, Passawit 5th, Kazma and Adam Noradin 6 and 7. Jerry Salem making a good day in P8 for the Zakwan Zaidi's team. A really good performance for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa as they take the victory. And there is Zakwan Zaidi looking very cool dudish as he celebrates win number 1 of the season. And he will be a target. He's a world-class competitor, is Zakwan Zaidi. And this whole field is full of top-class competitors. And as we saw, there's a brand new name on the block as well, Haruki Noguchi. So we're just waiting for the final presentations. Confirmation of the top 3, no late changes. Haruki Noguchi picks up P3 for the SDG Motor team, or the Hawk Pro team. P2, Anupab Sarmun, who we knew was just waiting for one of them to make a mistake for the Yamaha Thailand racing team. But our race winner today, Zakwan Zaidi, Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Fastest lap as well of a 1:36.612. And heart-stopping though it was, in the end, it was a, in inverted commas, comfortable half-second lead. Team award to Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa as well. Great job from them. Jerry Salem coming in P8 as well for the team. But the Malaysian national anthem, the Negara Ku, and then the presentations. Beneath the mask, there's a beaming smile from Zakwan Zaidi. There's also a very happy, haha, I was waiting and I got something from Anubhav Samoon. As Tanasiri, the managing director of Chang International Circuit, hands over the plaudits and the prizes. Fist bumps are the way rather than handshakes in these COVID-addled times.
Yes, indeed. I wonder if the handshake will make a comeback one day. Who knows?
I got told off for fist bumping somebody the other day.
Did you?
I did.
Well, Honda's Kunjutama offered me her hand when I was down there, which I was surprised because everybody else has been fist bumping.
Team award to Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Really well done. And our thanks once again to Mr. Tanasiri from the Chang International Circuit. It's a great venue. It really does host a seamless and well-organised operation. And I know the management of Two Wheels Motor Racing are appreciative of the work that goes on here at Buriram. It is a genuine international circuit. And Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, hands out the helmets, the KYT helmets. Bit of excess luggage for the boys to take home. And if they win prizes on day 2 as well, it's doubles the cost for the excess baggage, but that's okay.
Yeah, they can live with that, I think.
Then the photo opportunity. Terrific performance, though. Got to say, the victory for Zakwan Zaidi, by no means inevitable, but not surprising when it happened. But there is a new kid on the block. There is a new challenger. He goes by the name of Haruki Noguchi, and he's from Japan, the SDG Motorsports Hawk Pro team. And Anubhav Samoon and the Yamaha Thailand team will always be there. So Zakwan Zaidi, 25 points, leads the way from Anubhav and Haruki Noguchi. This is the first race of 12 of the season. Apiwat Pasawit, Kazma Daniel picking up double digits, Adam Noradin in P7. Jerry Salin making it a good day at the office for Honda Asia Dream with Asia. Titipong will pick up points, but the Ducati must perform better. They must get to the start grid on time for a start. Yuki Ito, another frustrating day at the office for him. And crashing out, of course, was TJ Alberto. So we're back. It was brilliant. The sun shone right the way through. The racing was fantastic. Absolutely. Barry Russell, quick thoughts before we head off into the ether?
The main thought that I have is just the happiness that I can see on the faces of the riders and the teams to be back racing. That's the impression that I'm taking away from today.
And indeed, some fantastic racing. We had all 4 racers went down to the final corner of the final lap. We're back on your screens tomorrow with race 2 of round 1. We're on air at 1 o'clock Thai time, which is 2 o'clock Hong Kong time. We've got the Underbone 150s, the AP 250s, Super Sport 600s, and the Superbike 1000cc. It's been our pleasure to bring you this from the Chang International Circuit. If tomorrow's half as good, it'll be fabulous. So from Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, and the team behind the team, bye-bye from Buriram. We'll see you tomorrow.
ที่เราจะเสียบเพื่อเล่นใน ใครมีน้ำแข็งบ้างอ่ะน้ำแข็งมีป่ะลงหมอไหวป่ะเดินมาไหวนอนหงายไว้นอนหงายไว้นอนหงายไว้นอนหงายไว้นอนหงายนอนหงายหงายไว้หงายไว้มาแล้วในตำแหน่งสตาร์ทที่11ครับตำแหน่งสตาร์ทที่11นะครับหมายเลข16ครับหลายคนแล้วจำได้
ถูกครับใช่ครับ ขอให้เต็มที่ครับผลไม่เป็นไรเต็มที่ครับทำให้เต็มที่
นี่ก็ได้ไม่มีแล้วนี่มันอยู่ที่อันนี้ต้องใส่นี่อยากให้นี่แล้วก็นี่ป้าย1 นาทีที่เส้นทางของเวลา
ชนก็อยู่ว่าน่าจะมีเคสชนพี่แล้วเบอร์11เจียปรับ10 วิครับผมโดนนะหยิบอินโดแม่งไปดูนะ
ทางตรงรถหนูช้าร
ถอ่ะเข้าอนุพันธ์เนี่ย
เพียงแต่ว่าคนหลังดูมันเร็วเขาหลุมไปไม่ได้เลยอยู่กลุ่มนี้อยู่ไม่ได้สั้นเนี่ยแล้วถึงเจอที่นู่นแหมถ้ายินดูเข้ามีเจ๊งเลยนะอันนี้ไม่ต้องฝากปิดให้เด็กเลยกระแทกไอ้คนเลยโอเคหมดแล้วหุ้ยหมดฮัลโหลเอาได้1-8 Congratulations This one Mang serenteng
หลังจากเราชมการแข่งขันผ่านไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วตอนนี้นำทุกท่านเข้าสู่วิธีการมอบรางวัลครับในการแข่งขัน Honda Thailand Challenge ครับนะครับมาดูชมหน้าของทั้ง3อันดับบนโพเดียมครับเริ่มต้นที่โพเดียมอันดับที่3ก่อนเลยนะครับนักแข่งหมายเลข18นะครับฟาริดสุขุมต่อเนื่องมาที่โพเดียมอันดับที่2นะครับนักแข่งในหมายเลข4ครับเย็นซองเย็นซีเอาชิโอและขอวินเนอร์โพเดียมครับนักแข่งหมายเลข40ครับนักพิพัฒน์พิศาเอามาร่วมแสดงความยินดีครับในการร่วมร้องเพลงชาติไทยครับและในวันนี้เราขอเรียนเชิญผู้บริหารนะครับขอบด้วยกับน้องๆสำนักบนโพเดียมขอเรียนเชิญคุณจุธามาศอินทร์กึ่งกลางผู้จัดการร่วมไปสายจักรยานยนต์และสายการขับขี่ปลอดภัยบริษัทไทยมาด้าแมนูแฟมิลี่จำกัดนะครับมอบด้วยให้เราทั้ง3อันดับบนโพเดียมนะครับเราเริ่มต้นที่โพเดียมอันดับที่3ก่อนเลยนะครับขอที่การสุขุมด้วยนะครับวันนี้ที่โพเดียมอันดับที่2นะครับนักแข่งหมายเลข4นะครับเกียรติศักดิ์ศรีธรรมวงศ์และเจ้าของวินเนอร์โพเดียมนะครับที่แข่งหมายเลข20ครับจักริพัฒน์ยุทธศาสตร์ยินดีด้วยนะครับผมและในลำดับต่อไปครับขอเรียนเชิญผู้บริหารร่วมถ่ายภาพด้วยนะครับขอเรียนเชิญคุณเฉลิมพลต่อผมและผู้จัดการฝ่ายบริหารบริษัทไทยมาด้าแมนูแฟมิลี่จำกัดนะครับคุณรับภาพได้เลยว่านะครับโค้ชทีมแข่งไทยมาด้าแมซิ่งไทยแลนด์ครับคุณธนสิริชัยเดียวครับกรรมการผู้บริหารสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตนะครับผมขอแสดงความยินดีและขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับทั้ง3 คนตัวเองเลยนะครับขอบคุณผู้บริหารทุกท่านนะครับที่ให้เกียรติของจังหวัดไปก่อนถ่ายภาพเป็นที่ระลึกกับน้องๆวันนี้ขอไปที่เรียบร้อยแล้วสำหรับการสอนในรายการที่ได้แสดงมาในครั้งนี้ก็ทุกท่าน